Ni aje?
Semaje? Leo umejihami?
Bana. Jai. Guys, you can comment on the video. Yaje bwana.
Kenya. Health system must work. We are not afraid. Viva! Viva!
Viva!
mwisho hapo.
Afande tunatetea watoto wako na mama yako. Mbona hivi? We are peaceful.
Niko na hii moja tu. Macho uko sawa?
Unajua utaumia bure. Unataka umebeba hii kitu, ni wageni sasa huko.
Where's your tag? Where's your tag? Where's the journalism tag? Why are you directing them? They think you're one of them. Where's your tag? Where's your tag? Where's the journalism tag? You're making them think you're cooperating with them. All these people change the
Hapana, siachi kurekodi. Oh. Nani? Anasema yeye si gara.
Tangu hiyo watakano na nimekuwa nikikunotice. Hata naambiwa kila kitu hapa. Naambiwa. Naambiwa vitu wasi kitu attack. Yote nakuacha. Where's your tag? Are you a captain? Huh? You're making your tag. You're making your work hard. Hadi nilikuwa nimevaa shati ya yellow, shati ya white na pants ya the other day. Tuesday. Nakwambia naambiwa kila kitu hapa.
Hapa ni sehemu.
Ana tag. Why are you directing them? They're thinking you're one of them. Mimi naambiwa kila kitu. The people who where's your tag then? Why are you here? Who are you? Are you a cop? Are you a cop? Are you a rioter? If you are a rioter, why are you coordinating with the cops then? Sasa! Bro, mimi nakutafuta tu.
Angalia mahali nimechukua. Hata mimi
mimi nimeambiwa kuna mtu anacoordinate na cops anaonyesha direction.
Sasa niambie ndio hizi niongeze my phone unlock na kuangalia. Niambie mahali
watu wanakuona nyumbani, watu wanakuona kwa TV. Hata kama protest go the other side. Usiwe hata ku direct cops. Nimewasikia lakini Usimpige. Hata kulia bila kuna vile mtaturishia mwenyewe hapa hivi. Kutoka kwa chini tumekuwa tunakuja hivi. We are busy. Lakini nyinyi because that is one
sasa hivi hawashikwi na wapigwi.
hapo. Nyaga piga mmoja. Piga hapa nyaga hapa. Piga. Watu waingie. Piga. Piga nyaga. Nyaga piga.
Nataka kuingia imeenda.
Amekatai. Haya kujaje.
Peaceful.
Yaga si nimesema. Hiyo tu ndio makosa yangu. Sema kitu mbaya nilikuwa mzuri. Hiyo ndio makosa yangu kubwa nimefanya. That's my biggest mistake. You stand for my constitution. Ukataka katiba isimamiziwe. We are peaceful. 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 Ukuje, kuja.
kuosha basi. ukidisha kuosha basi.
ashuke hata mumtakie. Wanaumiza askari wetu.
Maskari wanafanya kazi mingi sana. Wanatumia vibaya, wanatupia. Bodi ni watu wazuri sana. Hatuogopi. Finance bill lazima ikuje kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Lazima ikuje, hatuogopi kitu. Eti maskari wanatupiga, hakuna kupigwa. Sisi kama vijana tumekataa. Finance bill lazima ikuje kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. So that protection.
Hello. We are only against oppressive laws. Laws that have been put there to oppress the common mwananchi. We are only against that. We don't have any problem with the government as long as they put in place laws that favor the common mwananchi.
Usirushe zingine.
Ukiangazia mama yako Ruto,
Tumelipia ushuru.
tuwalipe.
Sio mama yake.
Ni Kenya ni yetu.
Haujatuoa Ruto.
Hautafanya Kenya unataka. Ruto ta.
Less than 1 million shillings, and for the subsistence farmers.
51. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 51 amendment as proposed.
Waambie huyu rais hawajana na unyanyasaji bana. And it promised 200 million shillings.
It's better today than to suffer.
200 million jobs. Of which watoto wetu inafaa wapate hiyo kazi, lakini hata sisi wenyewe hatuna hiyo kazi. Why should this happen? Hata yeye anatembelea kila mahali ni pesa yetu.
Hata yeye anataka pesa yetu.
But I want to promise one thing. Rais ametuahidi 200 million jobs yenye hakuna hadi wa saa hii.
Kila siku tuwe na ustawi.
wale wako pale.
getting distracted by the singing. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 60 be amended as proposed.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 60 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore now put the question that clause 60 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 52A.
Honorable members, I now call upon the mover to move the second reading of the new clause 52A.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clause 52A be read a second time. This Honorable Speaker is seeking to extend the tax amnesty that is expiring on 30th of June to now 30th of to be paid now by the 31st of June 2025. Honorable Chair, when the Finance Act of 2023 introduced tax amnesty, 1,058,704 Kenyans applied for that tax amnesty with a principal tax of 42 billion shillings. So far, through that amnesty program, 31.2 billion shillings has been paid by these taxpayers only, Honorable members, Honorable Chair, while 10.7 billion has to be paid by that year of June. By extending this tax amnesty, it gives Kenyans who have an outstanding principal tax, when they pay that principal tax, to be forgiven their penalty and taxes, their penalty and interest, and therefore there is a big reprieve to Kenyans who have been seeking their amnesty and who are worried with the expiry of the 31st of June deadline for tax amnesty, and therefore we are extending the tax amnesty to 31st of March 2025. With that, I beg that this be read a second time.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new clause 52A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 52A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 52 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 52A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Miscellaneous Acts, clause 61.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 61 be part of the bill.
Angalia payslip officer, utajenga lini? Angalia payslip officer, Ruto aende tupange hizi, Ruto aende tupange
kuona. Tangu tuchapa.
Boyo.
First take. Nataka tupe.
Iko sawa, nayo.
Alafu mnampea nafasi pia.
Amegongwa na tegas kanisa.
I think mawe or something.
Bro, tulia.
Sio niko group. Kuna contact zangu home. Just in case.
Ni just hivyo vitu wale extra wanaleta.
Niambia. Ni hapa ndio nimesikia.
Nini mko milioni?
No, I think ni mawe because imevunja glasses zangu. Madam, mtichunga man.
Strong. Mimi kamera yangu imegongwa.
Kidogo tu ni breathe out. Here we go. Freelance.
For freelancer.
Kama ule msidi boss ni. Oh, yeah. Sawa. Adios.
Namba kidogo
Haya.
Kunywa pia ni.
Sawa, haina shida. Nitaweza kupiga picha according to you.
Yeah. Sipi kutaza.
Nitaweza kupiga picha bado.
Haikai.
Asante.
Roba. Uko sawa? Wazi. Hapa tu.
ndiye inawahusikia nyinyi, si mimi peke yangu. Kenya haiko peace. Kenya tuko mbaya wazee. Mimi naomba tu kuweni peaceful. Kuweni peaceful, it's our right bana. Just kuweni tu peaceful. Msikuwe na hii tabia. Hii tabia mbaya ofisa. Pia nyinyi mnaumia. Nyinyi mko mbaya kutuliko. Nyinyi mko mbaya kutuliko. Kwa nini? Mna harass mtu anawatetea. Na watetea pia nyinyi. Niko hapo kuwatetea pia nyinyi. No, ofisa. Hapana, niko hapo kuwatetea pia nyinyi. Mbona mnatumia nguvu? Mnatumia nguvu mtu mwenye ana katiba. Mimi sina mambo, lakini ni haki yangu bwana. It's my right bwana. Mbona mnanifanya hivi? Mbona mnanifanya hivi? Mbona mnafanya hivi? Bwana, this is not right. Ofisa, watoto wenyu wako mbaya. Mtu akaanza saa hii hizi tibiwa. Mbona mnatufanya hivi? Watoto wetu hatapata masomo ya kutosha. Mbona mnatufanya hivi? Na pia watoto wenyu wako hapo. Emi yenyu ni gani? Emi yenyu ni gani ofisa?
Wewe sema jina.
Mimi naitwa Lichuma.
Na wewe?
Na natoka Madhare. Ofisa wa lazima wajue.
Natoka Madhare.
Tunapigania mpaka hao tunawapigania. Si yetu peke yetu. Pia nyinyi wazee. Si yetu peke yetu. Pia nyinyi mko kwa hii mambo. It's our right. Na ofisa anafaa ajue. Kenya haiko safe. Kenya iko mbaya zaidi. Vitanda sasa hizi zimepandishwa za hospitali. Watu hiyo wataweza kwenda shule. University imeongezwa pesa. Mnataka tufanye nini? Mnafikiria Kenya iko safe? Wachani na sisi tupiganie rights yetu. Kama ofisa, you step down, mtuachie kazi yetu bana. It's time kuje kwa raia. Article 1. Raia ina take over with the people. Wacheni tushuke bana. Wacheni tushuke.
Hapa ni Chuma. Viva! Viva! Viva!
Watu wanaumia. Pia nyinyi mnaumia. Ofisa mwenye ameumia sasa atapata wapi nini yake? Ofisa mwenye ameumia atakuwa hospitali. Isi poa bana. Ni right yetu. Tunapigania hadi hawa wazee. Hadi hawa wazee tunawapigania. Mbona wanatumiza? Thank you. Sisi tunawatetea. Polisi mwenye anaongea anaonyesha watapata nini? Law ina belong for people. Article 1.
fighting for our rights.
We are fighting for our future.
Kwanza najiva polisi napigania rights yenu.
Our future. Our voice is our only weapon. Ruto must go.
Ruto must go.
You know our future. We are fighting for our future.
Tuangalie maisha ijayo bwana.
want justice. Natumika vibaya polisi. It's very wrong. It's very, very wrong. We must sit down and speak. We must have a conversation. Cannot go on like this forever. We are destroying our nation. Tunamaliza nchi yetu. Na haifa hivyo. Tunafaa tuongeleshane. Kama watu wamechoka, wamechoka. Kama watu wamesema aende. I think they should resign honorably. Sio vibaya kuresign.
Judge. Wewe tu hapo. Hapa ni hii hapa kulikuwa na serengeti huko kuingia ndani.
rekodi nyuma hiyo hapo kwa lori.
leo this week ni mimi. Simu yangu imeenda.
Sasa poleni kwa kazi.
Sawa.
Use the other route to get out of town. The other route, just go there, it's safer.
Sitare mo doon.
Elisha Ochieng. Gidinji Robert Gishimu. Wanjira Martha Wangari.
Bullets on us. Why use bullets on us? We are just peaceful protestants. Why use live bullets on us? It is not fair. Each generation is this. Each generation is this.
Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever. What is this? Wanatumia live bullet, live bullet. What is this? What is this? Wanatumia live bullet kuangamiza sisi. Wakenya Ruto tulikupigia mayouth. Wanatuumiza.
Walai Ruto wewe.
Ruto walai wewe, ulaaniwe paka na mama yako mwenyewe. Ulaaniwe.
Ulaaniwe Ruto malaya wewe. Malaya wewe. Kijwe malaya wewe Ruto.
Ndio unatua nayo. Ni matata. Wewe.
On us. Isieni bana. That's simple. Isieni bana. Each generation is you. Each generation is this.
Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever. What is this? Wanatumia live bullet, live bullet. What is this? What is this? Wanatumia live bullet kuangamiza sisi. Wakenya Ruto tulikupigia mayouth. Wanatuumiza.
Walai Ruto wewe.
Ruto walai wewe, ulaaniwe paka na mama yako mwenyewe. Ulaaniwe.
Ulaaniwe Ruto malaya wewe. Malaya wewe. Kijwe malaya wewe Ruto.
Ndio unatua nayo. Ni matata. Wewe.
On us. Isieni bana. That's simple. Isieni bana. Each generation is you.
Ochieng. Gidinji Robert Gishimu. Wanjira Martha Wangari.
Bullets on us. Why use live bullets on us? We are just peaceful protestants. Why use live bullets on us? It is not fair. Hii generation is hii. Wanafaa hii generation is hii.
Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever. What is this? Wanatumia live bullet, live bullet. What is this? What is this? Wanatumia live bullet kuangamiza sisi. Wakenya, Ruto tulikupigia mayouth. Wanavonatuumiza.
Walai Ruto, walai Ruto. Walai Ruto wewe.
Ruto walai wewe, ulaaniwe mpaka na mama yako mwenyewe. Ulaaniwe.
Ulaaniwe Ruto, malaya wewe. Malaya wewe. Pigwe malaya wewe Ruto.
Ndio hiyo unatuwa nayo. Ina matoko. Wewe.
On us. Isieni bana. It's just simple. Isieni bana. Hii generation is hii.
Use the other route to get out of town. The other route, just go there, it's safer.
Sitare mo gani? Samarodi. Yote mkanya samarodi.
This element.
Elisha Ochieng. Gidinji Robert Gishimu. Wanjira Martha Wangari.
Bullets on us. Why use live bullets on us? We are just peaceful protestants. Why use live bullets on us? It is not fair. Each generation is in. Each generation is in.
Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever. What is this? Wanatumia live bullet. What is this? What is this? Wanatumia live bullet kuangamiza sisi. Wakenya Ruto tulikupigia mayouth. Wala wanatuumiza.
Walai Ruto wewe.
Ruto walai wewe, ulaaniwe mpaka na mama yako mwenyewe. Ulaaniwe
Ruto, malaya wewe. Malaya wewe. Kijwe malaya wewe Ruto.
Ndio hiyo unatua nayo. Ina matoko. Wewe.
On us. Isieni bana. That's simple. Isieni bana. This generation is new.
Lazima uende nyumbani malaya muzwa.
Wait, press. Live hapo. Wait, live hapo. Live.
Anaitwa Karauri MP Kasarani. Wewe Karauri ulitubeba ujinga na wewe ni mjinga sana. Na hiyo yes utaenda kusemea kwa mamako. Fala wewe. Wewe na uoe pia wako Samu kwendeni huko.
Samu ni bibi. Umesahau.
Akona magazine anatumia. Magazine. Angalia ikona live bullet.
Live bullet.
Good kama umse. Ona alafu tumechukua watu 6 tumewapeleka kwa pale mwana anafanyia first aid. Hizi live bullets. Okay, listen here. People are coming out to demonstrate peacefully. But apparently our security apparatus are being misused. And they are using excessive force here and they are using bullets.
You can hear about.
You understand?
They want to kill us.
This is a full market. This is Six young men have been gunned down. This is not a ladder. This is
bana na unachukua hadi posta. Ndio hiyo. We take that bill.
Take the bill.
Tuko wengi. Live bullets. Watu wameingia bunge. Sani live bullets. Haya, ndio nataka kwenda saidia. Hiyo side nyingine. Haya. We are fucking live. Kujeni. We must get justice. Hapa ndo najifichia kifanya vitu zenye hatutaki. Tuko ndani. Reject finance bill. Reject hapa buda. Reject hapa buda kamera na. Hapa reject.
is that let us restore the dignity of the black man. Because independence is about the dignity of the black man who has been enslaved and colonized. I don't think we took that in because we never cared for it. We just wanted to transplant the white man with another black man who is going to do exactly what the white man was doing.
What the other one was doing.
Yes. Yeah. But that conversation was started at that time. The first president of this country was the farthest from all those things, other than education, you know what I mean? Because when it comes to health, devoted, you people are very young, but I think he was around that time. From the look of things, he's not young.
I definitely was around.
His full emphasis was on Gatundu Hospital. Fundraising for Gatundu Hospital for over 10 years.
More than 10.
Everybody who goes to him, you take money for Gatundu Hospital.
You have forgotten one of them, Mamangina Children's Home.
And Mamangina Children's Home in Nairobi. You know what I mean? So the nation of Kenya was never there. The country of Kenya was never there for Kenyatta. But of course...
But in his time, we built Kenyatta National Hospital.
No, Kenyatta National Hospital was not built at that time. Kenyatta National Hospital was called King George.
Yes, it was. But
hang on, let me just finish.
But the iconic Kenyatta Hospital that we now see was built during Jomo Kenyatta's time.
Let me just explain something. It was a very progressive thing. I remember very well because my father had a serious accident in 1966 and I was 10 years old that time. And I came to see him here. There was a Dr. Majale who was an orthopedic surgeon, the only African orthopedic surgeon we had those days who was treating my dad. He's now deceased. And so I remember it had serious foundational structures, but the development of Kenyatta has been progressive and ongoing for the longest. We started off from those days, changed it first of all to his name, called it Kenyatta National Hospital, instead of calling it Kenya National Hospital, whatever it is. Or giving that privilege and honor to a deceased person like Dedan Kimathi National Hospital. You know what I mean?
Yep. Other heroes of the
other heroes of Mekitilili or Koitalel or Samoe. You know what I mean? In any of those.
So they were not responding to the actual needs of the people. In practice,
to some extent, Kenyatta did a fantastic job from the beginning. I can attest to that because I remember I was going to a national school not far from Nairobi, and I was brought one time very sick into Kenyatta at night, and the kind of attention that was there, I still remember it today. Massive, you can't imagine.
Right.
And the nurses training college was there. And all these other paramedics were being trained in that place. There was and I remember much later, there was a principal who was called Dr. Migwe. Migwe was a medical doctor himself, but he was the principal of the training college. So it's always been a premier center of excellence, one way or the other.
Right. Let's get into the conversation. Which is, today is a day.
The issue of Aga Khan.
Yes.
It's a good thing to
spread it.
To spread this thing, but not as a commercial, profit-making, you know what I mean, literally exploitative institution, because right now, the highest exploitation in this country is in the medical sector. You see, you wonder why occupancy. You know, when you go to a hotel, your friend owns hotels, you ask him what's the rate of occupancy, and he tells you 50%, 35%. Go to hospitals and find out the rate of occupancy.
It's high.
Would they encourage that, or they would not want it to continue? You know what I mean? Because that's where the money is.
Leadership comes in. Today, first of all,
it's like they pray for more people to get sick so they can make the money.
Last week, during the second reading of the finance bill, how did you vote?
I voted for the finance bill.
Why?
I voted for the finance bill for two principal reasons. One, as a doctrine. The function in a democracy, we're not living in anarchy. In a democracy, the function of creating the finance bill, levying taxes wherever, pulling the resources together, and then allocating the resources for development and recurrent expenditure and all that, is a function of the government of the day. It is not done in the streets. You get my point? It is not done in opposition circles. You see what I mean? It's not done in any of those ones. I was in Parliament myself. By the way, the mother of all parliaments in the world is the House of Commons. Do you know why it's called the House of Commons? I'll tell you why it's called the House of Commons. But the idea was that The role of Parliament is to pass finance bills. That's the principal role of Parliament.
To pass or to debate?
Basically, to debate and pass.
Okay.
Yeah, allocate money, because if you don't allocate money, in other countries like the US, if the opposition decides not to pass a finance bill, because there are two levels. Congress, sometimes the opposition has numbers in Congress that the government does not have. The White House is occupied by somebody from a different party and the numbers are there. But if you say no to his budget, he will tell you, okay, fine. There's a shutdown. When a shutdown happens, the employees don't get their salaries. The public functions do not perform. And he says, they're the ones who did it. You get my point?
Yeah.
And now it turns around that the people will begin finding faults with the opposition. That's why the party in the opposition always will want to do a bit of horse trading and say, okay, give and take this line item. But they come to an understanding, regardless of what the numbers are. So
there were two principles that you said.
Yes.
Principle number one is because there's a finance bill that needs to be discussed.
That needs to be done. When I first came into Parliament in 1992 myself, and late 1992, the only role you had as Parliament in terms of the finance bill itself,
of the budget
itself, was as a measure of a demonstration of your disgust with something, to remove a pound from that line item. Parliament did not have the power, and the Parliament does not have the power right now in the UK, which is the mother of all parliaments, to reject the finance bill.
Does Parliament in Kenya have the power?
Now, yes. Since the 2010, what they call the constitution, that has changed.
Okay.
The
reason
point,
number two, why you voted for
reason number two, there were issues that were raised. Parliament is a house of debate, is a house of people talking and convincing one another. There are many very punitive, what we felt, and clearly not good clauses that were there. We went back to the finance committee. They were all removed. 17, 18 of them, those clauses were removed. And you will see today we're going to remove them in the line items. You know what I mean? And that's the understanding. The new report that the finance committee has come up with basically removes, it says this are all to be removed. That's the understanding.
So what I hear you saying, Mheshimiwa, is number one, you looked at what the committee proposed.
Yes.
And you agreed 100% with the proposals.
No. We took issues with the areas where we felt that this is not right for the common man.
Okay.
And an understanding came about that let's remove these ones. So the government side accepted that this should be removed. So basically, that's the understanding.
So what you were voting for last week was
no. You see, the finance bill itself, a finance bill, those things are removed at the committee stage.
Yes.
But now that we have,
you agreed with the report presented to you by the Committee of Planning, Finance and Planning.
No, it's the finance committee.
Yes. Committee of Finance and Planning.
Yes.
You agreed with that.
The report by the Committee of Finance and Planning, there are two reports here. There's the original report, basically, and then we removed that report. We removed certain items of that. Now, this can only be removed at the committee stage. Today. Yes. Today. And you will see, I mean, nobody will even try. And all those, what you call, for lack of a better word, not so good, what you call clauses, will be removed. So now that we got what we wanted, why should we just say, let's mess this country as an opportunity now for the government for us to say no to it? No, you can't. And all those people you see that were rejecting on the floor of the house were basically playing to the gallery outside. I sat with many of them. I said, the ground is bad. I'm responding to the ground. I know what you're talking about. I mean, you are a leader. A leader does not walk and then come back to the crowd and tell them, where do we go?
Okay. So far as you say that, I just then must ask, because when we that example that you've given now of those who rejected the bill playing to the gallery, there's also the other side which says that those who assented to it are playing to a different gallery, and that there is an element of capture by the executive when it comes to the House of Parliament. Is that the case? For those who
listen to me carefully. I have been in this Parliament myself, in and out, for the last 32 years. I'm the oldest, the longest, the ranking member of this House today. That crap and nonsense of saying all sorts of things about people. So-and-so has been paid, so-and-so has been these things. Those are
They may be unpalatable, but are they true?
No. I have never seen it myself.
So because you've not seen it,
I've never been approached myself.
So because you've not seen it, does it mean it is not true?
Look, if you think it's true, show me one case.
So I'm asking you. You're in the House of Parliament.
Yes.
Because if you've heard on this side that folks who say,
let me tell you one thing.
Sorry, Madam, you have to hold here.
Yes.
If you say that those who rejected the bill are only playing to a gallery, it is the same principle that others would say that those who said yes are also playing to the hands of one who's asked them to do so. It's the same principle here. So if you say, show me somebody who has been paid, somebody on the other side will also say, well, Farah, show me who's had a conversation, right, whereby they say, we're going to say no just because I'm playing into the hands of a gallery.
I've been told by many friends myself, as I'm talking to you right now. I told them, look, what are you doing? We've already changed this thing, and all this so-called, outrageous clauses have been removed. They said, no, you see, the ground is bad. If I do otherwise, the ground is not going to be happy. I've been told by many friends.
We've also been told by several sitting members of Parliament here that they've been approached.
What I do myself, by the way, let me tell you one thing. You know it, he knows it. I don't know whether Odu knows it. I've always been in the position myself throughout my life.
Yes.
You get my point? The few times I did not come into Parliament, I was rigged out, and everybody knows, Kenyans know that. At this age myself, what I was not able to do at the age of 30-something, I do it at the age of close to 70. What do I have to worry about myself? You know what I mean? I am on my way out. It's my legacy and my history and basically these are the kind of things. But when you tell me that I have been, somebody has been paid, you're probably talking about somebody else.
It is not you we are talking about, Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
We're talking about parliamentarians.
I don't know, frankly.
And there are many of you, and the discussion here is about the finance bill and the voting.
Yes.
We cannot claim to know how and why people voted.
Yes.
And that's why you're here, because we'd like to understand. You see, whenever these discussions take place, there are things that we can say are in the public domain.
Yeah.
Or there are many things which are not in the public domain, and we have no clue and no understanding. Yeah. And that's why we ask people like you, who are actually in Parliament, to come and explain to us and tell us,
that's what I'm trying
this
to
is what we're
explain
trying to see.
I just want you to listen. You have your questions as we talk. I personally gave the highest percentage in the country of votes to the opposition in the last election. The Azimio candidate got 23,000 votes in my constituency. William Ruto got 580. All of them government workers from somewhere else, not the indigenous people of my constituency. Raila was there on a fleeting basis only once. I didn't collect one coin from Raila for the campaigns. To fight for the presidency for Raila, I spent more than 15 million shillings of my own money and put up agents there. He did not have agents. You understand my point? So when I tell you something, I am doing it because of that ability for me to see wrong from right and tell you, look.
To perceive.
Yes. Mine is pure
experience. So
principle,
take us through this,
pure principle, pure ideological persuasion, pure everything. It's nothing else to do with that. You know what I mean?
We want to understand the ideology.
The ideology is one. You don't expect to go. Listen, I've said this many times. You lose an election, somebody else comes to power, and you think you can run the government of the day? Why do people go out of their way to do all the things they do to win an election? If you can change everything that government was going to do through the streets?
I don't get it. What are you saying?
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are functions of the government of the day. Those functions are given to them by the operation of law in this country.
Okay.
Allow them to do it. As they keep on doing those things, take down all their ills. Chronicle them. Tell Kenyans, you see, we told you. You see, we told you. You see, we told you. When the right moment comes, the right of recall, after 5 years, there you are.
So we don't need a legislature then?
No, I'm telling you, but the legislature is there. The legislature is on both sides, bipartisan.
If the legislature is sitting and it's not going to oversight the executive, it's allowed the executive because they have the mandate to govern, it means that the legislature then should not even question the executive.
No. When I tell you about that's the role of the legislature and nobody else should have that role, you tell me, the legislature is compromised. So where does that leave you with the idea of a democracy?
I don't know why
that the state should come out and take over?
No, the legislature. We are asking
the legislature when it does its job like it's doing right now. Some people come out there and say, they've been bribed.
No, some legislators come and say
they've been bribed.
They've been bribed.
They've been bribed.
Some legislators come and say they've been bribed.
No, the one who's telling you they've been bribed is telling you the others have been bribed. Not he's been bribed himself.
Yes.
Anyway, I reserve my position on that.
Let's take a break. We'll continue.
Because when
what we'd like to do, Mheshimiwa, after
if a legislator tells you I was offered 2 million shillings, let him tell us who offered him 2 million shillings and where. Where was the phone call? And then go back again to Safaricom and find out about that.
Good point.
Or if they were together, there's a CCTV everywhere in this country. You know what I mean? And our parliament is covered 100% by that. The day somebody from the other side came and sat next to him and whispered to him, I'm going to give you 1 million or 2 million or 3 million or 10 million, I don't care what it is, for you to vote on this side. Let him tell us that.
Let's take a break.
So just because it's sensational, like the media loves something that's sensational, regardless of how factual and substantive it is. When I say media, I'm not just talking about spicy TV, I'm talking about media generally, because that's where your tools of trade is. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But don't do that in politics. You know what I mean? Not when you're an honorable member, HON.
Let's take this break. Switch and win, Ndu.
With Stanbic. Okay, so let's say you're sitting here and you're thinking, okay, so an account which will allow you to do very many things. Let's start off with a 9.5% fixed term on a mortgage for home ownership. And you say, what? Yes, for 25 years, fixed term of 9.5% interest on your home loan. And they say, you know what, we can do that for you from scratch, or we can take it over for you from folks that you currently have it with. So the switch to Stanbic means that you can actually, from the comfort of wherever you are, open an account on your phone, take a picture, and get well on your way. It gets even sweeter, because if you put 50,000 shillings into your account, the chance for you to win every month, we'll get winners on a weekly basis, 200,000 shillings for the first, 100,000 shillings for the runners-up, and 50,000 shillings for the second runners-up. We also then will have a draw that comes in September, where 1 million shillings is up for grabs, entering into this grand draw, and the second gets 500,000 shillings, and then the first runners-up gets 300,000 shillings. Switch to Stanbic. Lots of goodies. Do it today.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
Enjoyment doesn't come much simpler than the Showmax app. Easy to use with all your content organized by category. You can download all your favorite shows and movies straight to your device to watch later. And get tailor-made watch recommendations based upon your viewing history.
Wikipedia. I want Wikipedia. You want Wikipedia? Yes,
Shika so much more from your favorite hits with Showmax for just 300 shillings a month by card or M-Pesa. Shika Showmax, streaming for Africa. Sign up on showmax.com.
The weather with Spice FM.
Nairobi this morning, partly cloudy conditions. Will see highs of 21 and lows of 10. 13 and partly cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 22 in a partly cloudy Nyeri at 10. It's 12 and clear in Eldoret, highs of 22, and we're looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa going to highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 29 in Malindi. That's cloudy at 26. It's clear at 19 in Kisumu with highs of 28, while Kakamega will go to highs of 27, where it's partly cloudy at 17. Kampala is clear at 19, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 28 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 23. Johannesburg is clear at 7, highs of 18, and looking into a partly sunny Mogadishu at 25 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 20 in a cloudy Addis at 13. It's 26 and cloudy in Lagos, highs of 29, and Kinshasa at 23. It's cloudy going to highs of 32 and lows of 21. Looks like we're not going to have a traffic problem this morning, but we're going to keep an eye on things and see how they develop as we get closer into it. We are in traffic hour, and so far, not much happening on the Thika Superhighway this morning. There's some traffic coming in from Kiambu Road, and it's going to swing over towards Muthaiga Square. But apart from that, nowhere else in the city are we seeing a hold-up in any way, shape or form. There's some traffic that's building on Gong Road, but as you get out towards Community, I think we're going to be all right. At the Eastern Bypass, even the Eastern Bypass said this morning we're not doing it. Not much traffic happening here. Jogoro, just a bit of that going out towards the City Stadium roundabout. We'll keep an eye on things. We're getting into traffic hour. Spice FMKE on X, #The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues with Farah Maalim, the MP for Dadaab constituency. We are talking about the finance bill, which is going into the third reading in the National Assembly today. He has been a member of Parliament. The first time he went to Parliament was in 1992, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then you've been there. 32 years on and off in Parliament. You're experienced. When you looked at what the people were saying during the public participation stage of the finance bill, the various sectors came and presented to the finance committee.
Yes.
And they said what they had an issue with.
Yes.
And even what they were proposing would either be added or deleted in the finance bill. And also members of the public were coming out ahead of even the second reading of this finance bill. Some are still continuing, and now there's still public outcry. There will be protests in the streets today. When you listen to the people who are still talking about the finance bill now, what are you hearing them say?
Frankly, you want my very honest opinion on this?
Yes.
Ask them exactly what it is. They'll tell you. Either they just mention the things that I've told you will all be removed this morning. The 16, 17, 18 clauses that are going to be removed. Issues on bread, issues on pads, issues on all those ones. They'll either talk about that, or they just say, we don't want any amendments, just get rid of it. Now, that itself, we're not in a state of anarchy. There's a government in place. We have a system. It doesn't work anywhere else like that. And let me tell you one thing. In the seventh parliament, we had budget used to be read in the House, and the president used to be there.
Yeah.
So opposition sides really used that opportunity, not finding faults with the budget itself, but to say that we are in a dictatorship and these things and we will not allow this budget to be read. Simple as that. We'll use our presence in the House itself to get so chaotic and the budget will not be read. And then, of course, there was a bit of a fracas. And I was one of the most vocal vociferous,
You were extremely vocal.
Extremely vocal opposition members of parliament. So then some guys said, let's take, and I wouldn't mention names, but we were with all sorts of good friends all the days. Let's take the mess and throw it out. I told them, my friends, this is what validates us.
As a parliament.
As a parliament. That mess is a symbol of a working institution called parliament. You remove that, parliament ceases to have that authority. But Moi still retains his position as the president of the country and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And those days he had the powers to dissolve parliament. He can still rule and put us all in prison and do whatever he wants. Now that we have a window of us changing this country for the better, let us not become children and get chaotic and try and destroy our own dignity. So I remember there was an MP for Mpakasi, a petite guy, I tried to remember the name, who wanted to lift that. I rushed and I told him no. The other person who rushed? No, I know it was not Mwenje. Mwenje was not in that parliament.
Mwenje came later.
Yeah, he was before and then he came later also. Yeah, no, there was another MP. I'm trying to remember his name. He was petite and a bit, probably in his 50s even those days. Kibaki. And the late Dr. Banaya Godana, who was basically in the government side. Kibaki rushed and said, don't touch the mess. He's still in the position. Don't touch. We can bang the things, the tables those days, make a lot of noise. You know what I mean? We can do what we want. And Mudavadi was the Minister for Finance. He rose up there and he read the nobody was listening to him, but he read all the budget. And they walked away. And Moi was there. Moi was sitting there, pensive, just, looking at us like this. So what I'm basically trying to say is that we're not there now. Gen Z children who very well, some of them well educated, but young. And by the way, you better have a bad government than have anarchy. Because when you have an anarchy, there's no government.
So what you're hearing is...
And now people are saying, we're having a revolution. This is the kind of stories I hear out there. There's a revolution coming.
let's cast our eyes back.
Yes.
If what we're seeing now was taking place when you're a young MP, where would you have stood?
I would have, to be honest to you, I was a very young MP.
At that point in time.
And I really had, basically, I took time I used to read a lot as an avid reader of how the House of Commons and Parliaments and Constitutions and all this work. I went to, as far back as the early 90s, went to Temple University and sat down with the best constitutional professor. He's now deceased, you know what I mean? So basically, when you go out of the box and not just get agitated and irritated and try and put a lot of knowledge into your mind, if I was there today, what's happening, I would have still said, no, we're making a mistake. Let's go progressively. Let us work within the rules of democracy itself and the constitution itself and what do you call the laws that we have in place.
What they're doing now is outside of the rules of democracy and the law.
Let me tell you.
What is outside the rules of democracy?
Do you know right now the Prime Minister of the UK is the most unpopular Prime Minister in the modern history of the UK? Rishi Sunak. Have you ever heard a British saying that we're going to go and occupy number 10 Downing Street?
Not yet.
Have you ever heard them saying that we are going to go and occupy the House of Commons?
Not
or
yet.
The House of Lords? No, you don't do that. You don't do that. But you see, the West doesn't mind that happening. You get my point? When you have a semblance of system, let that system leave the scene through a process that's accepted.
Even if it may be seen as though what is happening may be oppressive in nature when it comes to the livelihood of Kenyans?
Odu?
No, I'm asking a question.
I'm going to answer you.
Okay, let me ask it this way so that I would like to get an answer from you. You're saying stick within the processes of what would be democracy. So you're talking about the legislature here when you talk about representation.
Absolutely.
You have a people over which this representation happens. You have a people for which this legislation happens. And here there is a people who is saying that we are not satisfied with what is happening. But what I hear you saying is that whether you're not satisfied or whether you're not happy, just allow the process to continue. And then when they are done, after 5 years, then you can bring on an issue. So what exactly are you saying?
Listen.
I would like to know.
That's what I'm going to tell you. That's what I'm going to tell you. What's the other option? A revolution.
But what we have now is not a revolution.
No.
They're not calling for revolution.
Can I just say? Take it from me, the day. Do you know Donald Trump might not be allowed to run for the elections right now? For one primary reason. For telling his supporters to go and occupy the Congress. And do you know that the bulk of those people who occupied the Congress are in prison today? You don't touch the institutions and the system that gives you the opportunity to show outrage, to choose leaders. You have all those powers. The sovereignty of this country is domiciled in the people of Kenya, but operationalized through the elected representatives. Kenyans have one opportunity every 5 years to exercise that sovereignty and decide who is going to rule them. In the absence of that, you see, when I choose him as our next president, and he comes up with very lousy, very bad policies, we can demonstrate in the streets. There's no question about that. I have no problem with that. You see, there's 1 million man march right now in all the major American cities against Gaza. You think that million would not have walked into White House or walked into the Congress itself? They can't.
So is that what you're hearing, Farah?
That's what I'm hearing.
When you hear people saying that when they hear all this agitation,
yes,
what you're hearing is that people want to go and occupy Parliament.
Exactly.
That's all you're hearing.
They're there. They're
what are the reasons
occupy
for that?
Parliament.
What are the reasons that have led to that?
Just a moment.
Is that all you're hearing?
That's all I'm hearing.
Really?
Actually, substantively, when you look at it right now, they say it's a bad bill.
Okay.
It's a bad bill. You know, it's a bad bill. It's a good bill. Whatever it is a statement. You're not saying we have this problem. We have this problem.
They're not saying it's a bad bill. They're not ending there. They're saying reject.
That's the point. That's the point. Who has the powers to reject?
Parliament.
Not you from what do you call the Spice FM?
Parliament.
Or from the streets.
Has the power.
Allow Parliament to function independently.
Who represents the people?
Yes.
Parliament represents these same people who are saying that there's dissatisfaction that they have found in this thing.
Absolutely.
So the question is,
the majority.
No, please, Farah.
Yes.
The question is Parliament hearing what the people are saying that they're unsatisfied with when it comes to their representation? Is that being heard? You seem to not hear it.
Can I tell you something, Odu? Parliament is hearing that. And you know what they're saying?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying we don't care.
No. Everything is under control. It's our business to run this thing. And you're telling them, a 25-year-old kid is saying, no, my MP is lousy, is bad, is this kind of things. You think 204 people, all of them elected, by the same people who are running around right now.
45.
Listen,
204 who voted yes.
204 who voted are all fools.
No, that is not what
why do you assume that there's a moral high ground in the eyes of those who have been, and other people will tell you all these boys who are running around have been sent and been paid? And I don't want to say that myself. But let's assume for argument's sake. And you think that they have a better moral high ground than 204 guys who are out there?
Do you think the 1,000 who are saying, listen to us?
Why did you elect them in the first place? I didn't elect them. Ruto did not elect them. What do you call the chairman of the Committee of Finance did not elect them.
And that's the question. And that's the question they're asking. Why did we
wait for your moment to get rid of them? You try to do it right now. How do you do it?
So you ask them to keep quiet?
But
they should not speak out?
No.
Farah, this is not a revolution.
Demonstrate within the law.
Farah,
if you don't want to use the law, you don't have the instruments of power.
They are allowed to demonstrate as far as the law. They are.
I have no problem.
The people
I have
who
no
are in
problem with them
Tuesday,
demonstrating all over the town.
Last week on Tuesday, there were people in Mombasa.
Yes.
There were people in Garissa.
Yes.
In Nyeri, in Nakuru, in Kisumu, in Eldoret, in Kakamega, in Nairobi. Not near Parliament. Other parts of Nairobi.
Yes.
Those who are doing it lawfully, were they not?
Nobody touched them. Have they been in prison?
Oh yes, some were touched.
A few of them are in prison.
One was
the rest
killed.
of them ran out.
One was killed. Okay. Another one died later from injuries inflicted by a police officer.
Okay.
All right, there were injuries and maims. This happened.
It happens, yes.
You're a lawyer. Let's go into Parliament,
yes.
okay?
Yes.
The people who have sent representatives to Parliament are speaking to their representatives, and they're saying, we want you to listen to us. We do not like what's contained in these taxation proposals. We'd like you to have a critical look at it and if possible reject it. Is that legitimate? Is it not? Just yes or no?
It's good. That's acceptable.
Let me continue.
Yes. And then leave it to that person who you have come and approached.
Yes.
And told him go ahead and we have these issues. Yeah? And then that person does his own calculations. He sees what is there.
And makes
the areas that hang on a minute. You see, you do not run a system through browbeating and shouting down people. You don't. You run a system by reasoning with people. I have told you the 17, 18 clauses that were not good.
Yeah.
Are going to be removed today. Now, what else do you want?
The people are not happy with the 17, 18. They want more.
Why?
Engage with them.
More?
So I wanted to ask a question.
No. Tell me what's more. What more do you want?
Remove the entire bill.
Remove the entire bill.
Yes. Yeah.
So we have no taxation, we have no bill. We have no finance bill.
That's the question I want to ask you. As a lawyer, Mheshimiwa, as somebody who has been a deputy speaker of Parliament, what would happen had a majority of members of Parliament voted no last week? Just take us through that scenario. Just create a scenario for us.
Yes.
What if last week on Tuesday, we inverted those numbers and a majority had voted no? What would it have meant?
If majority had voted no, then the bill will die.
And what does that mean?
Well, what that means is that the government goes back to the books where the people sit down together, people do horse trading, people talk.
Right.
Yes. The majority decided if these ones are removed, the bill, we are going to pass the bill. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
You were asking if the people want us to vote no, what would that mean? You've just answered the question.
Yes.
That is what the people have been saying, Mheshimiwa. Those who are saying reject finance bill are not saying let's revolutionize this government.
Remind me the name again. Latif. Latif, let me tell you.
They are saying reject. So, Mheshimiwa, you've just confirmed to us that it is possible. It is allowed by even the rules and procedures of Parliament to reject the finance bill.
Why?
For whatever reason.
Look, it's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because of clause A, clause B, clause 3, clause all of that. Okay.
Mheshimiwa, do you know why I asked
remove this, remove this. They're all removed. Why would you still want to reject it?
Mheshimiwa, do you know why I took you back to the time when you were first elected?
Yes.
You were what we called a radical even then.
Yes.
26th October 2023.
Yes.
You wore a Palestinian scarf.
Absolutely.
All right?
Yes.
You were protesting against what was happening in Palestine. Gaza.
Yes.
And you said, look, everybody, including those in Kenya, must support the Palestinian movement and those in Gaza.
Yes.
That's you.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, are you telling me that the you that is represented here, you and I are essentially age mates?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And I've followed your career.
I know.
So you're telling me that right now you do not see what these young people are actually saying?
What the young people are saying?
You're telling me that if you looked into yourself, you do not see that they actually have a valid point and that they are saying this because somewhere along the line, those who represent them have not represented them as they wish. And they are now saying it. Look, you're saying shouting. They're saying, okay, you didn't hear it. So let us make you hear it now loudly. This is what we would like. You are our representatives. We are now communicating to you. You're telling me they're out of order?
You see, when you communicate with somebody, you go through a process. You say, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. I'm a businessman also. I had a meeting yesterday. And there was another businessman whom we're doing business with, and we're talking about that. And he says, look, this was not done right, this was not done right, this was done right. Okay, what do you want us to do on this? Okay, do this way, do this way. Okay, fine. We signed the contract. And we're performing on the contract now. It's before the end of the day yesterday, we started performance on the contract.
You talked and agreed, didn't you?
You talked and agreed. Yeah. This, you sent in representation, sovereignty by the masses is exercised through elected representatives. The elected representatives went there and told the government, no, of the day, sorry, we will not pass this bill as it is. And they asked us, what are the areas of contention? We said, this is contentious, this is contentious, this is contentious. They went back, they discussed, they came back and said, we're removing them all. What do I tell them? No. You know, we've been told by the people on the ground that send the whole thing back.
Yes.
Why?
Because
why? No, the question I'm asking you, Latif.
Because
you have got brains, Latif.
Because it's the beginning of an answer. Because, Mheshimiwa, what they're saying, what those who are speaking are saying, and maybe you could engage them, is they're saying the principle behind the drafting of this entire bill is flawed.
How? What's flawed?
Because the thinking is that we need to raise all this money, and yet, where we have not seen the money being spent, the conversation, by the way, here is not just on the tax measures.
Nope.
The conversation, if you listen, is on public finance management.
Yes.
It's on public finance management. How is the money
public finance management?
And the principle that if you listen carefully, and because we've engaged with them, if you listen, what they're saying is the principle of drafting this bill was flawed. The thinking is flawed. Go back and start from square one. How much must we spend? How much do we need to raise through taxation? What is the best way that we can approach this that does not hurt this, does not hurt the other? There are many who are still unhappy with some clauses that are still contained in the finance bill as it is presently. And they're saying, can we have this conversation again from the beginning? That's what they're saying.
Tell me.
The reject finance, and you've told me that it's possible. The power has been given to Parliament to actually reject a bill in the second reading so that you take it back and say, can we start from square one. The National Treasury has written to Parliament after Tuesday and said, now, if we go with the proposals as they are contained now, with the amendments as they are being proposed now, we are likely to have a shortfall of this. And the impact of that would be that we cut down spending on these crucial areas. There's already a conversation. The people are telling you, their representatives, can we start this conversation again? Can you tell the executive to go back to the drawing board and start again? What's wrong with that?
I'll tell you what's wrong with that. Where in this world have you seen a democracy in which a budget and a finance bill is done outside by the masses or so-called people demonstrating out there, and the government of the day is told, fashion it in this way. If you don't, the MPs must reject. If they don't reject, we know what to do.
If it hasn't happened, what?
Isn't that the principle of a democracy? Is
no,
it?
Yes. No.
Is that not the principle?
No. The principle of democracy is not anarchy.
In our constitution,
it's
where
not
there is
anarchy.
public participation. What is the principle of public participation? It is come and engage.
Can I explain to you something? Yes. Can I explain to you something? And sometimes it's good to understand some of these things the way they function.
Yes.
We don't have a law on public participation.
Not yet. We have a principle.
Do you know what public participation is? Do you know who comes to public participation? I am in JLAC, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in Parliament.
Yes.
It's just a few organized sectors of the society.
Yes.
See, a few institutions who are organized. LSK, you know what I mean, eh? Those are the ones who come to you. It's not public in the sense you think it is. But having said that, the public will give you their inputs, but then you collect, and as a government you decide what to leave out and what to take in.
With reason.
That's why in countries elsewhere you have different ideological persuasions and manifestos. There are those who insist on protecting the business, capitalist, like the Tories in the UK. There are those who want to create more employment and are more social democratic and more inclined towards the common man out there how to do it. And each one of them, when they come, they put up their policies the way they want. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
So you can give suggestions, but at the end of the day, it's the government of the day that prepares that finance bill as well as the budget at the end of it. If you want to tell me the masses or these boys who are running around and girls and everybody else are going to prepare the budget, hang on. Let me just finish. You're basically saying, and this is exactly what happened. Let me tell you one thing. That's exactly how things like the Arab Spring started last time. You get my point? Arab Spring were young Arabs, Libyans, and Syrians who were living in the West, who were smuggled back into the country to take up arms against the regimes that were there.
Successfully.
Where is Libya today? Where is Syria today? Where are those boys today? Where is the West that sent them there today? The only thing they're doing is that now they have got the Libyan oil almost for free, and they're sucking it out like hell. And Libya is dead.
Libya was an Arab Spring.
Hang on, let me explain to you. They were all within that same period. Syria, what happened to Syria? Where is Syria now? Are you getting my point? It's finished. The Americans are taking the oil without having to talk to anybody else. And the majority of those young people who were sent in out there are dead today.
Final word, Mheshimiwa.
Can I just explain
Top
to you?
of the hour.
Can I just
Final word.
Including the one who went with a golden, what do you call, gun of Gaddafi and killed that very powerful Pan-Africanist who everybody, he was eventually arrested by the other clan.
NATO.
He was paralyzed and he
Arab
died.
Spring. NATO. Final
it's called
word.
Omran Shaban.
What are you telling the people?
It was the so-called free world, free society is the one which is right now.
What are you telling the people who are demonstrating today?
I'm telling them, you can demonstrate. It's a constitutional right. But for God's sake, never try to use any extra legal measures to try and intimidate members of parliament, and don't try and occupy parliament.
Okay.
You get my point? Allow them to do that. This business of threatening members of parliament, that we know where you sit, and their children, and the rest of them, and everybody. You get my point?
That's anarchy.
That's chaos.
Member of Parliament, Dadaab constituency, thank you. It's 8 a.m. news time.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol, Relief starts here.
The Twitter users who are suspected to have been abducted include Dre Mwangi, Temper CR7, Harriet, Shad Franje, Wald Smith, and Hiller 254. This event comes as the LSK, Law Society of Kenya, says Kenya is drawn back to dark era of extrajudicial tactics. The society has warned rogue police officers linked to illegal arrests and abductions of anti-finance bill protesters, saying they will soon be unmasked. The Communications Authority of Kenya has dismissed claims that there are plans to shut down the internet ahead of the protests of the anti-finance bill today. CIA Director General David Mungonyi acknowledged fears Kenyans raised regarding the matter, but said the government has no such plans. Mungonyi said such actions would amount to the betrayal of the constitution as a whole. A showdown is looming in the National Assembly today as MPs vote on the controversial tax law clause by clause. Kenya Kwanza and Azimio sides are gearing up to defend the various amendments they've proposed on the Finance Bill 2024. Treasury told the lawmakers to either support the taxes as proposed or face stringent budget cuts, among them CDF. President William Ruto's side pulled a fast win on the opposition during the vote at the second reading, with more than 200 MPs supporting the bill against about 115 votes. With a show at the first round, the opposition is hopeful it will put a strong fight today.
As a matter of fact, all our members who had proposed some amendments to the bill have been directed to drop them altogether.
And moving on, the National Council of Churches of Kenya has urged President William Ruto to listen to Kenyans' cry and withdraw the controversial Finance Bill 2024. The clergy father criticized the police department for using excessive force against the protesters, demanding that the police officers responsible for the deaths of two protesters, Rex Masai and Evans, be arrested. The council has also emphasized that 85% of Kenyans do not want the bill, urging leaders to prioritize the interests of the people in discussing the proposals in the bill.
As leaders in Kenya stand in solidarity with the citizens voicing rejection for the Financial Bill 2024. The Finance Bill 2024 has galvanized palpable citizens' political movement across the country, fronted by the youth, vehemently resisting the assertive push by the government to pass the infamous bill, which is set to introduce punitive taxes.
One person has died while another has been injured after they were allegedly beaten up by police in Busia County last night. Witnesses say the incident happened after police officers went to the village to arrest illegal liquor drinkers before the confrontation started between them and the villagers.
Pombe yenye walikuwa wamempata nayo ilikuwa lita 10 na jiki moja, ambapo walikuwa naita kama 10,000 wamuache. Furugu ikaanzia hapo.
Kila siku tunasikia polisi anaingia kwa kware anatoa 10,000. Baada ya wiki mbili tena polisi narudi tena 10,000. Baada ya wiki tatu polisi naingia tena 10,000. Jameni,
mwisho wa Land Cruiser ikakuja ikasimama hapa kwa jirani, wakatoka na kijana hapa kwa nyumba, walitoka tu na kijana akitembea, si ati walimshuta hapa, alitoka hapa na mwenzake huyu Leonard wakitembea mpaka hapo kwa gari. Kushutiwa hii ilikuja baada ya hao kuingia hapo kumweka kwa Cruiser ndani waondoke.
Tulipigwa na ule wakashuti risasi kwa gari kwa Land Cruiser. Tulikuwa tumefika kwa kona tu pale, nyongeza akasema maliza wacha kubembezana naye, wakamshuti
na wakazima hiyo Cruiser mata. Hiyo Cruiser ikaenda ikimbia tu kwa giza polepole ikaenda hivi. Sasa tu kujua wameua jirani yetu.
Na risasi ambaye ile makanda ile rakotwa ile live.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge. Muga, not Muga.
He's here and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries trouble.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IEBC.
You can't.
I told you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Kina Edna, it's like you've said the B's and the P's. Kila kitu mkisia akisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema yeye anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so a few minutes after 8 o'clock, what are we looking at? Traffic in the city crazy? Not really. Today is not a crazy traffic day. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on the Thika Superhighway. And nothing much, just a little bit of that at that Pangani tunnel, traffic tunnels into the city, and then Uhuru Highway. Then, as we're looking between Lusaka Road and Haile Selassie, the Lusaka Road Junction and Haile Selassie is where we have some traffic. But apart from that, no biggie. Westlands coming off of Waiaki Way, there's some traffic getting into the city. But apart from that, I think we're doing all right. Jogo Road, in and outbound traffic right there at the city stadium roundabout. But you'll get in and out of the city with not a problem today. We'll talk through it. Spice FM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 minutes after 8. Good morning and welcome to the third of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. This is a show that sets the agenda. What we're doing is giving a platform for all of us as Kenyans to have a conversation about our country. And that's what we've done for the last 4 years that we've been on air. And we shall not stop. We shall continue. And as we do that, we shall also give you opportunities. You know, tukijua mahali kuna deal hivi inaweza ivana, tunakupatia hookup chap. For example, if you open an account today with Stanbic Bank and you just put 50,000 shillings, at the end of the month, there will be a draw. At the end of this month draw, there will be 3 winners.
Yeah.
What are they going to win?
200,000 shillings.
Number 1.
100,000 shillings.
Number 2.
50,000 shillings.
Number 3.
Well done.
How are you doing,
And then,
Baba?
yes?
He wants to be politically correct.
Second runner-up.
And winner and up.
Yeah.
Winner up.
Winner, first runner-up, second runner-up.
Yeah, namna hiyo.
Higher. It doesn't matter whether you win or not this time. At the end of this campaign, which is in September, there will be a grand draw. And what do you win?
1 million shillings.
Winner runner-up.
500,000 shillings.
First runner-up.
300,000 shillings.
Second runner-up.
Are you happy, CT?
No, I'm delighted actually.
Oh, fantastic.
The second runner-up is the number 3.
That's number 3.
That sounds political. Somebody tells you
You have no idea the twisting and turning I did to get to this point.
You are runner-up.
Hey man, I think that thing stressed me.
So number 2 is the official leader of the opposition.
Yes.
And then number 3.
Oriented CT. But now he's okay.
Vice deputy.
Yes.
Like that.
First vice deputy chairman.
Yeah.
And all you need to do is open a bank account with
Stanbic. And you can do it by yourself. If you have a mobile phone, you can actually register there, take a selfie, and then you can actually have your account opened while you're sitting there.
Yeah.
Then you do what? Put 50,000 in your account.
And you can transact in that account from your mobile device.
Yes, you can.
You can even take a loan on your mobile device, and it comes within the hour.
There you go.
Tunataka pesa ngapi? Chap, 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 chap. We can give you this much. Chukua, pesa inaingia kwa account. Kwa simu yako. Deal vile unataka. It's a good thing, isn't it?
Switch to stand big.
It's a very good thing. Switch and win. Our next guest is the first leader of the majority in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Aaron, is this the second Senate or the third Senate or the what?
This is fourth Senate.
It's the fourth Senate.
3 under the new constitution, and the first one was the one that was abolished in, I think, 1965 or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the fourth.
Okay.
Yeah.
The majority leader of the fourth Senate
of
the Republic, Aaron Cheruiyot, is also the senator for Kericho County, is our guest. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you here again.
Good, thank you.
Always good to have a conversations with you.
Yeah.
Aga Khan University Hospital.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Aga Khan University Hospital.
Okay, Aga Khan Hospital.
No, it's called a university hospital.
Yes, it is.
That road is called what? I know it's second Parklands or third. I think either second or third Parklands Avenue.
Right. Yes. Third.
Yeah. Yeah.
So third and the Limuru Road.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That is where the main one is. Now they have other branches in other areas.
I know one in Kisumu.
You see.
Yeah.
Another one.
I've seen one in Mombasa. I think, I'm not sure about Nakuru.
And in Nairobi, where else, apart from Parklands?
They have satellite branches.
Yes.
There's one on Langata Road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have
There's
seen
a new one.
There's one in Donholm. On Green, that mall is called Green something.
Greenspan Mall.
Greenspan. Yeah, Greenspan Mall. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the new one is in?
And now there's another one in Roysambu. Because the Aga Khan University Hospital believes that healthcare, world-class healthcare here and now, can be brought to you where you live and where you work.
Yeah.
So there's now a specialty care center right at the Roysambu roundabout.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that are available. Day surgeries, chemotherapy, dialysis, and there are all kinds of specialists on board. General surgeons, gastroenterologists, oncologists, everybody on board at this center for the healthcare that you need on a daily basis at your doorstep. It's a great thing. You can go to that center today for all the healthcare needs that you have, and you don't have to travel far to get it.
Okay. They're a good hospital, that I must admit.
Mambo ni chap chap.
Yeah.
Before we get into this conversation, because I know it's going to be engaging, let me also tell you another thing.
Yeah.
I know you and I support Arsenal.
Yes, we do.
But when it comes to Euro, I don't know. Who are you gunning for?
I don't have much interest in Euros, and unfortunately.
But once in a while, you can actually.
Of course, eventually, I always support France for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
it's
right.
The other name is Africa United.
Indeed.
You support the African team in Europe.
Yeah.
Now, I know this time you're busy.
Yeah.
So, that's why probably you're not even able to catch up with.
I haven't actually
with Euro.
I've watched maybe
you can watch it on
of
your
games
mobile
only.
phone.
Oh, really?
When it's playing live and you're busy, you can actually put your mobile
But I can't use my phone.
Yeah, not your phone.
Because it has been liquid.
On a tablet, your mobile device.
Okay.
Just create an account on Showmax PL, 500 bob a month, and all those matches in the Euros are live.
Okay.
So you can watch it.
Maybe I should watch that and it will take away the pressure.
Yeah, that's what you should be doing.
Probably.
As you're receiving conversations that you're engaging with the Kenyans on your other mobile device, you can use the other mobile device
to watch
football.
Good idea.
City.
Yes.
Please take Mheshimiwa to Nouakchott.
Yes, we are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was regaling my colleagues here with a phrase I found interesting. Is all the names of the top-ranking officials, from President, Prime Minister, and the President of the National Assembly, first of all, they all called Mohammed. Okay, number one. And then their second name was Ould. And I was wondering, how is it?
How
Mohammed,
old
I
are
can
they?
understand. It's O-U-L-D. How is it? So I looked it up. Old here means son of. So President is Mohammed, son of Gazaounani. Prime Minister is Mohammed, son of Bilal. President of the National Assembly is Mohammed, son of Magnet. So, right. And the proverb. He who begins a conversation does not always see the end.
He who begins a conversation does not always see the end.
Okay.
What's the interpretation?
Conversations never end. I think human beings, they have a sell-by date. We are here today. If you're lucky, a few more decades. But then the conversations we begin will always be here. So the others who will carry it on. That's my little interpretation.
It's a very unique interpretation, but it has depth. Because when you talk about the memories of people and legacy, it's their conversation we're talking about.
And the things they say, yes, what they did.
Because what they say often leads to what they will then do. So yes, it lives on.
It's a good one.
Yes. You see some of you'll see the end of some, but then you will never see the end of some. Yes, but that's where the word legacy then comes in. Because now you're talking about a continuity, even though that person's life is no longer with you. Yes.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You're in the leadership of the legislature.
Yes, Eric.
All the spotlight is on the National Assembly, but also even the Senate. As senators, we are still looking at you. All of you are representatives of the people.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is the time when the conversation is heated on matters of public finance management, on the budgets for the next financial year, on the proposed expenditures and the proposed revenue generating measures. And the people are speaking. And they have organized to come out onto the streets of Nairobi and other cities and other major towns across the country today, like they did last week.
Yes.
What do you hear them saying?
This conversation is very interesting because I hear them say many things. Some accurate, some inaccurate. But by and large, they're saying things are not okay. And they are asking, why are they not okay? And then they have gone ahead to prescribe solutions or what they believe that if we did this, then we'd get ourselves out of this mess. It's an interesting time in our country because I think people are becoming more conscious and aware of the gravity of the decisions that are being made, sometimes without their input. And they are realizing that eventually it catches up with us. And that's why there is this conversation about the finance bill and the move to reject it in its totality. My honest view and opinion on this is that they have the diagnosis accurate. They only are wrong on what they are prescribing as a solution. Because unfortunately where we are, and we have to be realistic and honest with each other. People are saying to me, everywhere I meet people in supermarkets, in hospitals, in corridors, when I walked in here, are you reject or are you support? And I tell them honestly, I am support 100%. And they ask me why. Because I say, you guys haven't thought through what will be the consequences of reject. I hear what you're saying. And it makes sense that there is high levels of unemployment. We feel that you're overtaxing us. There's corruption, wastage of public resources. Systems don't work in this country, and all those things. And it's boiled down to now being proposed that if you reject the finance bill, suddenly all those problems will go away. In fact, it looks to me like we are turning the finance bill into that dawa ya kibuyu, the one that Masais walk around with. And when you tell them, I have a headache, they say, just drink it, you'll be okay. If it's a tummy, it works even better. Unfortunately, that's not the reality. Where we are, good people, is that we are in a debt distress period. Unfortunately, we are working so hard to repay, first of all, debt, but more importantly, is to avoid a default, because the consequences of a default will be more severe and more dire than what people are talking about presently. A default on any of the debts that we have, and you have to be knowledgeable to know that the bulk of it actually is from the local market, meaning that you default. That means it's the banks who have bought treasury bills and infrastructure bonds Therefore, you get into a solvency challenges space. Now you go into the bank. You know very well that you have 10,000, but the bank begins negotiating with you and say, please take one. We are still trying to get money. Or pension funds, which have invested actually in government paper, and they tell the pensioners at the end of the month, sorry, we can't pay you. Things are bad. It will be an implosion, both locally and internationally for us. We basically, when you tell us to reject, you are telling us, let's go the Greece, the Argentina, the Zimbabwe way.
Is that what it means?
Exactly. That's how bad.
If you reject the bill, what exactly would it translate to?
You reject the bill basically means you deny the country a resource envelope of anywhere between 260. Initially, the target was 300 and 339. But because of the conversations that have been had and many of those proposals have been dropped, remember the issue on bread, motor vehicles circulation, charges on financial transfers, and a few other things that were dropped along the way, then they have lost, I think, about 40 or 45 billion out of that deductions out of the target. So they'll have to find a way of recovering it, because at the end of the day, we had budgeted for it, but now we've been told that will not be available. So the first point of call on supplementary one, which comes on or about in September, but this time has to be brought early, is that you've got to shave off, first of all, 45 billion. Then you are left with about...
But why wait for the supplementary bill? You have not passed the appropriations.
Sorry?
You have not passed the appropriations.
Yeah, but eventually, because you pass the estimates and whatever follows with it, then depending on the amendments, first of all, in fact, let's be structural.
Yes.
Depending on the amendments that go through today, we will be able to identify and say, this is what we were able to get out of the 330 that we are hunting for. You don't know what might happen in the course of today. Depending on the amount that you lose, then you begin cutting from appropriations onwards to a supplementary eventually. But the question, remember, why I don't want to lose track of the first question that you asked, is that does it mean the grim picture that you're painting is a reality of what will happen should we reject this bill the way we are being told to? Is a question you need to ask yourself is, why are we raising this money? We are raising this money because we are in a situation as such that out of our total revenue collections, immediately you pay interest and you exit salaries. You are left actually with pretty much nothing. You haven't paid the principal amount, you haven't funded counties, you have done zero development. What will be the impact on that to our economy? Basically, you will crash this economy, because at the end of the day, who's the largest spender in an economy such as ours?
Government.
It's not the private sector,
No,
it's
not,
government.
It's not just our economy, any economy.
Globally, actually.
Yes.
But ours is more pronounced. We don't have a bigger private sector like other countries do have. You don't pay people salaries, you don't fund counties, then it means situation gets even more severe than what we are. So why are we raising additional resources? We are raising additional resources. Most of it goes to clear historical debts that we are trying hard to pay. We are managing it through the reduction of a fiscal deficit, which you guys understand, which is the difference between what you raise and what you intend to spend, the balance of the revenue side and the expenditure. We have demonstrated to the country, and unfortunately this conversation is now lost. It's no longer about numbers, unfortunately, which is a sad thing, because when you're discussing a budget and a finance bill, it should be about absolutes. It shouldn't be about what I feel and what you guys are doing. We have demonstrated year on year from our coming into office that we have reduced our fiscal deficit from upwards of 8.5, 7.5. Those are the numbers and the figures that we used to hit between 2017 and even previously to that. We did 5.6 last financial year, though we had projected even way lesser than that. Unfortunately, due to fluctuations on Forex and the same, it ended up going beyond 5%. this year, the budget that has been laid out, we are going to the financial markets to borrow about 572, 333 locally, and I think 297 from the external markets. Calculates that, it turns out to about 3.3%. All going well, and I don't think we are likely to get that because of these challenges that we are currently facing. Then it means it will take us probably another 3 to 4 years before we do what is called a balanced budget, because eventually that is what we must be able to do. But as it is today, Eric, we'll be lying to ourselves to say that we cannot borrow zero, because even if we didn't borrow and we didn't do nothing, I have demonstrated to you by way of numbers, and I can do that further, is that the subsequent of that will be a default. And I have told you,
because we will not have money
to pay
the debt.
Okay,
that's a problem, and that's why let's also try and pause and listen to each other. You know, we are being told, listen to these young people. And I was saying, okay. And I like that they are speaking. By the way, they've also provided a silver lining in my honest opinion, because there was a conviction that we need to live within our means. Now we've been left with no option. We have to do it. And if the president, for whatever reason, was looking for the perfect storm to make him make extremely difficult decisions, which I think he has struggled with making, then he has the perfect
now he has a reason to
opportunity out of what the young people are doing.
So, Senator, one of the things that comes up here, and some of the things that you've mentioned as well, I mean, a debt audit, first of all, is a big issue here. We know the conditionalities upon which Kenya has prescribed that debt or loans can be taken. You borrow for two things. We already know what those are. So essentially what we're doing here, very simply, is that you increase the amount of taxes that you levy on your people to be able to pay for some of these things that you've spoken about. That's clear. 1 + 1 = 2. It's not difficult to see. However, one of the overarching questions is Kenyans essentially are being asked to pay for something that we've not seen very clearly where that money went. Doesn't matter if it was government 10 years ago, 20 years ago, doesn't matter. But that Kenyans today, because you would agree with me, and I always say that if you were to put 100 billion shillings in the economy today, would you feel it? You'd feel it, development-wise, right? You would see it. You would see something.
That's part of the reasons why we are doing what you're doing.
You would see it, right? So if we're talking about trillion shillings, trillion shillings, you would definitely see it, right? So today in 2024, Kenyans are being asked to pay. Essentially what you're being asked to pay is the debt. You're paying the debt for something you cannot see. That's one of the issues, and I'm sure you've heard this. How can we answer that question prudently? Number two, government expenditure is wasteful. It's not a maybe or imaginary. It is wasteful. There's a lot of money that's being spent that needn't be spent. How can you speak and act in the same language? And I think those things need to be very clear. We cannot see some of the numbers that we are talking about here and then also ask Kenyans to pay this kind of money when government expenditure through the roof. Some of the government's own advisors have admitted that, for real, spending too much money that needn't be spent, not cutting the cloth according to the coat size, is not happening. Those two things are pain points. So it's really not just young people running around the streets. There are actually valid demands that are being made here. Answer those questions. There's a debt audit, for example, an expenditure audit. Some of the things that we see actually not happening, for which we are told these taxes are being collected for, the payment of debt and for things to be done in the country. I don't even want to start about things like education and health. So do you see how all of these things come about to confuse the mind of people? When on one hand you're saying, Senator Aaron Chariot is saying, you know, we have to pay these things. We get it. But then on this other hand, we're not seeing that there's responsible spending. We are not seeing that there is responsible collection of data and sharing of this data when it comes to how the monies have been spent. Can you see how it would confuse people?
On the two occasions that the debt question has come to Parliament, not this term, there was a previous term, I voted to reject an extension or an opening of our debt ceiling. Why did I do that? Because at that time, I was a member of Budget and Finance Committee. And when we interrogated our debt exposure, there were the telltale signs that all was not well, for the very reasons that you've stated. Number one, we couldn't peg on projects to shilling of what we were paying for, because we asked, and I was a member of Budget and Finance Committee last time on the two occasions that the debt ceiling requirement, first I think was to move it from 4 to 6.5 and then from 6.5 to 10. On both occasions, check the records of Parliament, I said no, don't allow this, because we couldn't link the spending of that money that you're borrowing to specific and actual projects. Second and most important thing is that the people at Treasury at that time, when we asked for our debt register, it was brought to us on an Excel sheet. And I think I've said that before on this show. And that really got me worried, because I thought probably it will be something more complex, like a magic box that you bring and say, this is, it's because it's the most important document or item that you have as a country, because it's causing you a lot of distress. But it's in an Excel sheet. And therefore, we're being told that time we still had favorable economic situation. Therefore, we could borrow even from the financial markets. Unlike right now, where only the multilateral lenders can listen to us. Therefore, those debt owed to I don't know which company, in which country, and what percentage. That really got me worried. I pleaded, and a good number of our colleagues, perhaps hardly 10, listened to us. Unfortunately, that is where this trouble that you're facing began. In fact, that's why I'm saying Kenyans follow us through this conversation, but also don't lose sight of history. I see our colleagues, even from the minority side, saying, oh, we are heroes, we voted no on reject. There's no hero in voting no on reject. In fact, if you vote now no, you're exasperating an already worse situation. The time to reject was that 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, which unfortunately all our major political parties at that time, including ODM, that I see many of its leaders very loud and coming to the show telling people, oh, come to Parliament and reject and occupy, voted in support. That's history. And history is important for context so that people don't get confused. Because unfortunately, one of the problems we face as a country is that the very people that put us into problems find a way of wiggling their way out, and come and speak nice and soft English before Eric. And Eric listens and says, okay, well and good, what do we do? So we must not forget where we left. Therefore, I agree that a debt audit is something that we cannot avoid in this day and time. And it's part of the conversations, because I've had people say that over and above the proposals that are being made, I had the president say, I'd listen to the young people. I haven't had it in their list of demands because, unfortunately, they're being made in various forms and fashions, expletives in between and all this. But so you struggle sometimes to understand what exactly is being said. And I haven't had this proposal come to the table. This is something that we cannot avoid as a country. There could be a possibility that part of this debt that you're paying, and remember what retired Auditor General Ouko once told us, I think around 2015 or something about the time, that part of the proceeds of this debt, they actually never made their way into Kenya. And that's captured and on record. So as a way out, before even beginning any of this conversation,
a debt audit,
a forensic debt audit is imperative. We cannot avoid that.
We have had this conversation even with you here before.
Yes.
We have had the conversation. We've asked the president this question directly to him, and he has said, yeah, it's important for us to look at, to audit our debt.
Yeah.
Because it's the single biggest thing that is giving me headaches on a daily basis, how to manage and how to make sure that we don't go into a default. He has said it many times. Why is it not happening? What would it take to actually initiate a forensic debt audit?
You needed Gen Z.
Why?
Probably the pressure needed to get to the levels that they have gotten to.
So this is a good thing that's happening right now because it's going to force people to do what they should have done.
That's why I've said there's a silver lining in this thing, despite whatever else challenges and whatever people are talking about. We cannot avoid. And as a first concession to the president, if indeed, like he has said, I have listened and I need to engage you further, is a forensic audit of our debt, because we or nobody can confidently point out and say this is what was done by this exact amount that was borrowed. Probably you can point out to a few things. Yeah, we have the SGR, we have this road, we have the other, but then it doesn't sum up to 10 trillion.
No, it doesn't.
But Senator,
City, I want us to take a break.
Let's take a break.
Okay, 24 minutes to 9. Our guest is the Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheruiyot. He's also the Senator for Kericho County. We are talking about what we are seeing now, the conversation, #reject finance bill. What does it mean? What would it mean? What are our leaders hearing the people telling them?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Partly sunny conditions into Nairobi today. We'll see highs of 21 and back down to lows of 10. 13 will be the low in a partly cloudy Nakuru, and we'll see highs of 22 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy currently at 10. 12 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12, while into Mombasa it's cloudy at 22 with highs of 29. At 26, Malindi is cloudy, highs of 29, and into Kisumu, clear at 19 with highs of 28, while Kakamega at 17 is cloudy, we'll see highs of 27. It's 19 and clear in Kampala, highs of 26, while Dar es Salaam at 23 is cloudy with highs of 28. Johannesburg at 7, clear conditions going to highs of 18, while Mogadishu at 25 is partly sunny with highs of 29. Addis Ababa at 13 is cloudy, highs of 20 and lows of 11, while Lagos is cloudy at 26, we'll see highs of 29, and at 23 it's cloudy in Kinshasa with highs of 32 and lows of 21.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, so it doesn't look like a busy traffic day today. We're going to keep an eye on things through the morning. For now, just a little bit at your junctions as you get off of Uhuru Highway into the CBD. The Thika Superhighway was not given anything throughout this morning, so let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as we get closer to the end of traffic hour. For now, talk to us, Spice FM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, City.
Senator, one of the things that characterized the executive, more so the president and his deputy when they came to power, was the constant repetition of the huge deficit they found when they got into power. And it was repeated over and over again. I would have assumed that if this was as daunting as we were told it was, that the very discussion we're having now should have followed immediately. We have this problem and we owe. Let's understand why we owe it. Okay, that did not happen. We then find ourselves in this situation here where discussions went even further, and we started talking about what we call an odious debt. Asking the fundamental question, do we really owe this money that we're being told we owe? Because our law clearly states what we borrow for. Is there money that we are told we're being paid for, and we cannot even find the documentation? The mentioned by the former Auditor General, money not coming into Kenya. Other monies that perhaps even flaunted further rules where you don't see Parliament approving that particular process, and yet money was borrowed. Most of this was in the previous government. No audit. Now, one could argue that the horse has already bolted. The stable door has been opened and has bolted. I actually don't think so. And I'm going to tell you why I don't think so. If the situation we find ourselves in has been catalyzed by the demonstrations that we now see, then much as we may see that, yes, it appears that some pressure is now being applied for change, well, then so be it. It is far better if the executive takes charge of the change than if the change acquires its own momentum. Because it is difficult. And the president has said over and over, some difficult decisions must be made. Now, it's been talk. Here we are. Eric mentioned the previous hour, and he talked about the appropriation bill. This hasn't been passed yet, has it?
Not yet.
Precisely.
It gets passed on Wednesday.
Yeah, precisely. Now, if we look at jurisdictions that are maturer, this is the bill that has gotten prime ministers to resign and governments to step down. This one here. It did that in Australia. It's happened in the UK. Okay? Now, this is the bill that allows people to spend. You're told, we've
Once this is passed, the authority
now,
to spend.
There's still wiggling room. So the debate, and from what you've just said, and I'm in full agreement with you. You see, even when we were last here, we did agree. We said, look, when we talk here, it is clear what must be said. Why then is that conversation not carried on so that the citizenry are on the same page? Because now we're looking back and saying, but this is something that could have been explained. This is something that could have been stated. It was not stated. And yet, the knowledge of what should be stated was with us. Now, it's not too late. It's just that the conversation we said was going to be difficult. It's going to be much, much more difficult. But it must be had. We're talking in the morning when we're having tea. That Nyahururu incident, the president had an opportunity to talk to those people. He should have. They were there. And they were willing to talk to him. They were willing to listen. They were there. He should have talked. The president knows how to talk to people. He knows how to engage. He knows. It's a gift he has.
If I dovetail on that, Senator, and just ask a question then, so because it is clear, and I think it's just how governments work, that there will be groups of individuals that lend their support to the executive, whether you're in the Senate, whether you're in the members of, whether you're in the National Assembly. We already know, we can see, and it's very clear where support lies. And some of the things also are so real that they can hit you in the face, which you've admitted to already. You can see, it's clear that there's a problem here. Advice cannot only be against something. Advice can also be for something. In my language, we say it is only your sister who will tell you that your mouth is smelly. In this case, for example, when we talk about government expenditure, which is our other question, how does it look to folks whereby you say, we're spending so much money and we don't have it? Does that word of advice come and say, guys, this one we need to look at it and sort it out real quick? It doesn't look right. If for optics alone, how can we fix this? Because we're spending this money, the expenditure's through the roof, and then you're coming to Kenyans tomorrow and you're saying, we're going to tax you a little bit more in order for us to pay debts that we don't even know where they came from. How do those conversations take place?
There's, you had us actually, Aliandu, two questions, which still is part of what City and you are saying, that we've discussed this topic on the debt audit, but now you're pegging your second part of the conversation on the rationalization of our expenditure to see what must be done and what cannot be done at this point, which is what actually, in my humble opinion, I believe is what the conversation should be right now. With all due respect to the people on the street telling us reject is not an option. Like I have said and I have explained that you reject, you're basically telling us, let's go the Greece, let's go Argentina, let's go the Zimbabwe way. The consequences for that will be more dire than what actually you're seeing. What the conversation should be, because you have done an excellent job in painting the picture of what the challenges in the country are. So what will be the solution? The solution is what is being proposed on this table, that a relook on our expenditure is what needs to be done. Are we really saying that we must spend that 3.9 that has been read out? And where is it that we can cut? You know, I see people try to reduce this conversation about 600 for renovations in the DP's office and I don't know, office of the First Lady and whatnot and so on. It will be right in the sense of as a show of goodwill and responsibility. But that's not where the big ticket is, unfortunately, because you could remove all that, but you're talking about take it or leave it, 2 or 3 billion Kenya shillings. That's not where the problem is.
It's the optics.
I have said it is important for the moral question to be answered on that.
It's how it looks.
Yes, exactly. That's why I call it a moral question.
Yep.
But the real question to be answered is, where is it that these monies that you're spending are going to? You have removed debt, which you have said, unfortunately, much as we audit, even as we audit, we have to continue paying. You know, we can't tell the people that you owe money that we know we're supposed to clear by such and such a date. Allow us to do an audit. And we've said, as we do that audit, we will resolve. What are our plausible options as of this point? A proper relook into the budget that has been laid before the National Assembly and say that where is it that we can do further cuts and perhaps either not spend, or if there are savings to be made, then channel that to some of the problems that are being stifled. Take part of that money into paying, we have a serious, apart from debt, we have a serious pending bill challenge, which is part of the problems that are letting people out on the street. Government owes people in excess of close to 700 billion Kenya shillings. And this is services that Kenyans have rendered over the last 6, 7, or 8 years. Most of it, actually, they borrowed from banks. They've been auctioned and things like that. Needs to be a conversation about what do we do on this issue of pending bills, because it's part of the bigger complaint that you listen in on what people are saying, that it no longer makes sense even to work with government. If you want to be depressed and auctioned, try and take on a government contract. So everybody is trying to fight on the private sector, which unfortunately is a very limited
So we should
space.
look at all these things.
But the expenditure side, that is where our focus should be.
Senator,
it is not on the reject.
If you remember, when I started the first question, I was very deliberate. I did not say that there are protests to reject the finance bill. I said there are protests about our public finance management.
Exactly.
Because that's what I hear.
Yeah.
It's a conversation about our budget, how we spend, and then how we look for the money to spend. Right? It starts with how we spend, how we are planning to spend. And it's the same thing that you're saying now. If we want to go back, if the people said reject finance bill and you rejected it, you're basically forcing the conversation into what are you planning to spend? It is bring back the conversation to what the president keeps saying, cutting the cloth by the coat, say that thing?
Cutting the coat according to your cloth.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It is saying this is the actual size of your cloth. Now can you cut the coat?
Remember,
what we have now is you have virakas that you're adding, and you're saying that this is the new size of our coat. And the people are telling you no. This is not the size of the coat. Can we go back and cut your coat according to this size? That's a conversation. Is the executive willing to listen to that conversation?
They don't have a choice, unfortunately. Like I said, and I keep repeating this, that the silver lining in all this protest and the noise that has come out is that something has to move eventually, for either to bring down the temperatures, to get the young people off the streets, and to listen to each other and have a country once again that you are not making noise on each other and all these things that are happening. The only thing that I have said I disagree is that this campaign is anchored on rejecting the finance bill. I have explained why that is not an option and why that cannot even be part of the solution. Remember, you have anchored this conversation around the challenges that we are facing as a society. And you're saying part of the problem we as young people are out on the streets is that there are no jobs out there. Part of what the finance bill does, and there is good demonstration about how that has been achieved from 2023 and will be achieved even more, is that you've got to incentivize people to come and invest locally. That's why eco-levy is being introduced on goods that are being manufactured externally, but nothing on things that are being manufactured locally. Because you're trying, that's what every sensible government does. That's why when Apple is under threat from Huawei, government of the US does whatever they do. They accuse them of all those things they say because they protect their industries.
Their
That's what we are trying to do. Therefore, allow me just to finish this point, Eric. that my reading is that a reject is not the solution. The solution lies in a relook into our expenditure, like you have rightfully diagnosed, because we cannot afford 3.9, which is what the National Assembly.
Please educate us. If Parliament had voted no last week on Tuesday by majority, let's even say that by some miracle, all members of Parliament present voted no, what would have happened?
The thing is, you would actually just spiral into a collapse of the financial situations, because remember, we are on an IMF and
no. What would it mean? Would it mean that the current existing measures,
the existing, basically what it means? So this is a thing that people need to understand. Why do you do a financial bill each year? You do a finance bill because you're trying to raise additional resources over and above what you already have. So you're saying out of the tax measures that we have put in up to this point, it can only get us to 2.4 trillion, which is what we are going to achieve in this current financial year. But you have looked into your books and you've said that is still not commensurate to our needs. Remember, for the very first time in this present financial year, interest alone as a charge to debt has crossed the 1 trillion shilling mark. It's 1.009 for the very first time. Therefore, it tells you you've got to raise additional resources or cut somewhere. But mark you, even in cutting, and I have demonstrated this to you, Eric, there is a beyond which you cannot cut without then constricting the economy to a point where it basically crashes.
So it means,
and I have said, if you cut and think about maybe reduction of counties or these other places, there's a level beyond which you cannot cut without again having sort of like a spiral back effect on you.
Let's look at it.
Okay.
So the current financial year,
because I want to answer your question. So the reason why, if they had voted no, will basically have denied an extra resource envelope of about 300 billion Kenya shillings. You lose that, unfortunately, then it means you are staring at a default. As soon as probably September, or July, when some of these debts begin to pile up.
Let's go through the numbers step by step. This current financial year, 2023-2024, the current taxation measures brought a projection from the National Treasury of raising about 2.4?
No, it was 2.7, but they will only succeed to do 2.3 or 2.4 maximum
at the very best.
At the very best.
So it was projecting 2.7.
Yes.
In their projections.
Yes.
To raise 2.7 trillion shillings.
Exactly.
They are likely to end up at 2.3.
2.3, 2.4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we against the budget for this year of 3.6
trillion. 3.6 trillion, exactly.
And in this financial year, our debt repayments have been how much in total? 1.8 trillion?
About 1.4.
The principal plus interest.
Principal plus interest, takes it to 1.8.
About 1.8 trillion.
Yes.
And our salaries are about
612. Salaries alone, salaries and wages is 612.
Salaries and wages 612 billion.
Counties 385.
385 for counties.
Pensions 230 or something.
234 pensions.
Yes. Remember, you haven't done development.
We haven't done any development.
No recurrent. And development, there are two types of development. There's development that is ongoing, which you need to continue to pay for.
Yes.
And new development.
New development projects.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what we're working with in this current financial year.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Including buying new cars, new Lexus.
All those things.
And including repairing
State House and Parliament.
And buying salmon for Karen and such. Okay? Such kind of things. Right? Can we do the same without raising an extra 300 billion shillings?
It is not possible.
Why? How much are we expected now to pay in debt in the next financial year?
In the next financial year, like I have told you, our interest alone is 1.9 trillion.
Right.
Then that's principal. Then we have another charge of about 430. 434 on the principal amount.
Okay.
Then you have 600 and, like I've mentioned, wages and salaries are constant.
Still the same.
613.
So it's about the same 1.7 trillion in the next year for debt.
Exactly.
Principal plus, which is less by $1 billion.
Yes.
By 100 billion.
Yes.
On this current financial year. Our salaries remain the same.
613.
And
of course, there's the yearly increment that civil servants earn and all that. But it's a negligible number, not a big difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have the same pensions,
200,
a bit more counties
444,
and the rest.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to cut some things and still operate on a 3.6 trillion shilling budget?
We should.
So that's
why now
so
I
if
say
we can do another 3.6 trillion shilling budget this year.
Yeah.
It means that we can still operate with the tax measures of the last year.
Though how practical that will be is a question that you need to ask, because remember, I have already pointed out that there's a demonstration. Remember, we are on an and I don't know why I keep hearing people say, oh, reject IMF and World Bank policies. It's not like it's them who do our budget. In fact, some of our policies, they don't even agree with us. And we have pointed, case in point, the G2G government oil deal. They went to the length and breadth of everything that was possible to say you cannot execute this without crashing the economy. Months later, after this has been done and proven that part of the reason why we are among the very few countries that have gained against the dollar while the rest of the countries are struggling against it is because you are able to manage that month-on-month pressure that we used to. In fact, to the contrary, they're the ones now that are sending people to our country and say, go and study what Kenya did on this program. They didn't agree with us.
So World Bank wants us to spend 300 billion shillings more in the next financial year.
Please, Eric, why don't you take time to also...
Because I just asked the question. Can we operate on another 3.6 trillion shillings in the next financial year?
Sorry?
If yes, if we can do another 3.6 trillion shilling budget in the next financial year, it means that we do not need an additional tax measures. We can operate the same way, same deficit, same, hopefully the next year KRA does better. Instead of 2.3, they can raise 2.5, which can reduce our deficit.
Who tells you they will do that? That's not how you do a budget. That's why you have to do this. That's why year on year, between September and October, you have your first supplementary, and most of it is always a cut. By the time you get to half year...
I just see it as a lie. I'm sorry. I'm just going to interrupt. I see it as a lie because the Treasury comes and lies to Parliament that we think we can raise this amount of money and so therefore allow us to spend this amount of money. Then the Treasury comes within 2 months, of you approving that and saying,
we need some more supplementary budget.
We don't think we can actually raise this amount, so please allow us to borrow extra.
Which you're saying exactly.
And Parliament.
You're saying exactly.
And every time in April when Parliament is given the budget policy statement.
In February, actually.
In February, yes. The budget committee always says, you lied to us.
Last year.
Yeah. But they still say, go ahead and lie to us again this year.
Which is precisely the point that I said when opening the show. That it was possible over the years to continue living the lie and being convenient with each other and saying, okay, let's kick the can down the road. But unfortunately, the water has come up to our neck level.
So, can I ask, Senator? Because this is why I asked that question about the people that you are with every day advising each other. There's something you said fundamentally, and I'm going to have to ask for it to be recorded so we can play it back here. You said that it was necessary for them to be at the drawing board to discuss some of these things. So as opposed to saying that we're going to vote, because the same fault can be placed. Those that you say are voting blanketly, saying no, the same fault can be placed on those who are blanketly voting yes. Because of the fact that there needs to be some prudent gatekeeping when it comes to how some of these decisions are being made. That is it possible that some of the measures that are being put in place here can actually be restructured and re-looked at and said, actually, guys, this is how we ought to be looking at this thing.
You know, the problem goes beyond just Parliament, and I'll explain to you a simple example. I could point out many others. You know, part of the reason why, and this why 300 billion being sought for is not a give or take of saying just remove and it will be clear, because there are many other things that need to happen for you to make that decision. You know that there has been a proposal to have a privatization program because we have about, I think, 400 state-owned enterprises, about half or two-thirds of which are loss-making or perhaps we can live without. The challenge is each time you try to make a move towards the right decision, and I'll just pick on a simple sector like the sugar industry, We spend as a country, and part of even the budget that's here, 4 to 5 billion Kenya shillings, keeping our state-owned sugar mills running, because either they have old machinery, issues of corruption, and all these things. There's been a proposal from day one of coming into place of this administration that let's privatize.
Yep.
But you know for a fact that the reason why we cannot privatize is there's a judge seated somewhere in Zoia who probably doesn't have either a sense of how the decision they make affects us generally. And probably they are part of the people now hashtagging reject finance bill, makes a decision and says, no, take your time. We need to consult people. We continue to spend.
Due process.
Follow whatever.
Follow the law.
My friend, there is nothing that hasn't been done. We have even passed a privatization law in parliament, followed it word for word. She's saying you consulted people, but I need to be sure that the people you consulted belong were specifically from this county of Bungoma. You know, if you have the luxury or the kind of pressure that you are dealing with as a country, then we don't have.
You don't have to talk to people.
Sorry?
You don't have to consult the people?
I have told you there was public participation.
Yeah, so demonstrate to the judge.
How I don't know, maybe you need to help us to know how to demonstrate to her. I have seen the court pleadings. They have showed to her minutes of where the meeting happened. And she has said, my diary is full. Let's speak in January of 2025. And I can go on case by case on so many other of these things. That's why I said this conversation cannot just be had within the confines of parliament and the executive. There's a contribution of judiciary as well to this and what we need to do as a country in managing our expenditure. Even this 613 that we're talking about, you know that there have been attempts at rationalizing salaries, because there are institutions where you're in the same ministry, you do almost the same job, but when you look at what the CEO of that institution earns vis-a-vis what the next one does, the minute the board appears to be moving towards asking these difficult questions, there's an injunction on the table and you're told, please, you cannot work this salary backwards. What do? That's why it is important for us to be here in this time and moment so that we all post back and say, okay, good people. Because I hear the theme is listen. The church is saying, listen to the young people. Everybody else is saying, listen. I also want to say, listen also, the rest of everyone who's talking, so that we post back and say, okay, we have found ourselves in a difficult situation as a country. What do we do?
Is the president willing to listen? He said so in Nyahururu.
You know...
But let me tell you what I heard the president saying.
Yeah.
He said, hawa vijana ni watoto wetu. And he's happy that our watoto wetu are now participating on matters of governance, on conversations of governance. And I'm okay with that. Where I started feeling with what he was saying is the next thing that he said, but let me explain to you young people. We have increased CDF money so that now you have more bursaries for our children. So we can also, using CDF, create ICT hubs so that our young people can get jobs. We have increased HELB allocation so that you people can go to school. What I heard the president saying is he's still looking at these people as, these are children, shida yao ni shule. Nimeweka pesa mwende shule. Okay?
But he isn't alone in that.
Yeah. But he's not hearing that these are Kenyans who are saying, actually, let's have a wider conversation. And probably because I know you speak with him, tell him.
That's what I'm saying.
Just the conversation is not, let's not call them Gen Z children.
Or little boys and girls running here and there.
Who can buy KFC, tell your counterpart in the National Assembly. The KFC,
that conversation isn't helping
anybody. Of color.
It is about, can we finally, and we've championed it on this show many times, can we have a national conversation where we tell each other the truth about where we are? Where we start with the things that Kenya Kwanza even promised. All these problems, Kenya Kwanza had bottled it into state capture. There was state capture, and that's why they could wantonly go and borrow and eat the money. There was state capture, that's why you could not have institutions even speaking out. There was state capture, that's why even the legislature was coyed and into submission. They said we are going to deal with state capture. We are going to even look at extrajudicial killings. All those bodies that were showing up on riverbeds. We're going to look at that. Shakahola, we're going to look at that. We are going to look at our debt and assess how much of this debt is legit. It's been 2 years. None of those things has happened. Can you listen to the people? And stop saying tuta and do now.
Now, in my very honest opinion, I see because you've said you're sending me to the president.
Yes.
And it's fine. The message will get there. But in my honest opinion, there are two mistakes which I don't know whether calling it a mistake is the right thing. But I just want to be honest that in my reading, I feel the president has made. Number one, being the father of the nation doesn't mean that you run the country like an African father. What does an African father do? They do something which we call colloquially dying like a man. That when you have problems piling up on you, you don't come before your kids and cry and say, oh, by the way, let me not lie to you, there's no school fees tomorrow. They do what the traditional folklore of boiling the stone. That you just keep it bubbling until the kids sleep and hope for a better tomorrow. I strongly feel he hasn't done a good job, and the rest of us that serve with him, to unpack all this challenge presently before us, for us as a country to reflect. It has taken this movement of whatever form it is for us to pause and say, what exactly is the issue? So that now people are beginning to sober up and say, we are overspending in this area. Wait a minute, you say there's a debt. What did it do? And all these things. That burden, he's shouldered it on its own and chose to run with it and paint a picture that we shall surmount this while we continue to struggle with it. That's a big mistake in my honest opinion, because I strongly get the sense that people don't appreciate the financial mess and the challenge that you are in as a country and how limited our choices are. You make one wrong mistake, you're out the grease way, and it will take you another 20 to 30 years to get out. We need to appreciate that. Second thing, because he campaigned tough, people believe he will govern tough and won't be gentle and will make the extremely difficult decision and tell people the truth. You know, you have just pointed out something which I agree with. What will be the first place to do the shave? CDF will be, in my honest opinion. And I don't say this because I am a senator and...
Careful, they might hear you.
No, I have said it in our parliamentary group meeting with them seated last week. I said it when we had a retreat of cabinet before, because there are difficult areas that we begin to show our cuts coming from, because people don't make the connection. I hear people, after all that is said and done, they remind him and say, our road from this place to the other is extremely bad. It needs to be fixed. And that last mile project, we need to do this or the other. There needs to be a realization, perhaps, and say, why don't we put a pause to new projects? And whether the young people that are now demonstrating in our CDF offices, it's important that perhaps they equally get a brief and say, okay, if we carry on this campaign, are you willing? And you need to know that this road from this place to this particular place will have to pause for a year or two. This water project, because we can't afford it at this time, let it, so that we stop living the political life while dealing with an economic situation that doesn't warrant us to live that.
They will be okay with it, because they have not seen the roads anyway.
They've had promises of the
No.
Another year.
You can't say that. You can't say that, yet you know that part of this 10 trillion that you're paying is because of the annuity program. We opened it up, the country, and built these roads. Actually, they have not seen the roads for the last 2 years. But before that, they saw it.
For the last 2 years.
Exactly.
We can live another year.
Not only that, I'd take it further. You gave the example of Greece. Anecdotally, it is said that is one of the few countries on the planet where people actually don't like paying taxes. So using it as an example doesn't quite fit here. We actually pay taxes.
And we like it.
Yes, I would have gone
only that the numbers don't show. No, we are at 15-16% of as a factor of our GDP. Our peers are doing 20 plus.
How are they doing?
Where are they?
Ghana would be the example I would have given.
Why?
When Ghana defaulted,
the
situation in Ghana skyrocketed in the worst possible way, in the worst possible direction.
Yeah.
The people of Ghana are still alive.
But you need to go there and see what's happening.
Yes, I see it. With that in mind and as a picture, steps to ensure that you actually in charge of the situation which starts with what you've said. This is what we're going to forgo. So you mentioned all the areas. This is what we're going to do. Halt this, halt this, halt this. And it's seen across board. We come to you and say, Mheshimiwa, we want to urge you to take a pay cut. We want to urge government, meaning let the whole country take the step of saying, okay, but you know what we're going to ask you? What guarantee do we have that the money that we have is going to do what it's supposed to do? Because that is the conversation that is at the heart of everything we're seeing.
Corruption.
Eric called it public finance management. It's a very nice way of summarizing it. Steps can be taken. The difficult decisions must be taken. But, you know, the leadership has to lead. We have to see you making the sacrifices that it makes sense.
But I have seen this done in the past. I have seen in the year, I think, 2009 or 2008, previously under the old dispensation, where civil society and those that were active in that space will present an alternate budget, item line by item line, on what the minister is presenting. Perhaps that's where we need to take this present engagement to, so that we say, okay, out of this 3.9, remove until you get us perhaps somewhere to 3. So that then we engage at that level. Let me be honest with you, if you rely on Parliament to do it.
Please continue. No, please. I need you. I need you to complete what you were saying.
I have said what I need to say.
Sorry, now that you're because this is great, because on this day you're serving as emissary, and now we can send you with so many things. One thing that might seem like it's a peripheral conversation, but is extremely important, that woke a lot of people up in a lot of sadness this morning, is that there are people who are vocal in their demonstration that are being abducted. This is not a maybe situation. These are people who have woken up at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and there are armed people at their doors, at their gates. There are people who've been picked up in the city clandestinely. At whatever level it is, it has to stop. There has to be a voice from the very top that speaks to it. Because we've said that this is a democracy and that people have a right to demonstrate. They have a right because they are sovereign to say what they want and need to say. They have a right to not be disappeared, if you can use that kind of English. So now, Senator, as you work in a position as an emissary, we have now bequeathed to you that position. There needs to be something that's said about that, because it cannot take Kenya back to the dark days where people just disappear off the face of the earth and then come back a shell of themselves. It has to stop, and that message has to go across. People should be able to operate within their rights as Kenyans, and they are not breaking the law. This fear that is being instilled in the hearts of people has to stop, and it has to stop yesterday. It is too dark, Senator. So can you take that message? Let something be done about it. Not tomorrow. Today.
That one has to be done. And I feel sad about that, because we made promises about it. Extrajudicial killings and use of police infrastructure to manage political situations. It featured prominently, and I have thousands of clips about things I said about it when we were on the other side, and that shouldn't be happening. And
this morning,
I hear you.
6 more people.
Can Parliament do something?
Maybe we should.
Can Parliament put a stop to this nonsense once and for all? Right? Because many of members of Parliament have been victim of this extrajudicial arrests. invasions into their privacy. The deputy president talks about it all the time. His home was invaded in the middle of the night. He was picked up, even not even allowed a moment to dress up. He has experienced it. The promise was it should not happen again. The cabinet secretary for the interior spoke yesterday, and his tone was not that one of saying, you know what, we understand that you have not been violent, and we encourage you to continue being non-violent. It was, I dare you to be violent. Can Parliament put a stop to this?
There must be a way, and has to be figured out. This is one of those bipartisan things that probably we need to close ranks about, because everybody across the aisle has been victim to, and you'd be a fool to imagine, especially the younger ones, that because I've seen when I first came to Parliament, I was on this side where I presently am. Last time I was on the other side. This time I'm on this side. So it's a ping pong, and you never know. And there is no better point to perhaps seal all those loopholes than at this present time when there are responsibilities. Therefore, it's unfortunate that this is happening, and I hear you do. Let me commit to get it to the right ears.
It has to.
It shouldn't be happening.
Can we hold you to that, Senator?
Please do. Please do.
Okay. Senator, I want to thank you very much for joining us today. We'll open up the phone lines for our next conversation, because we want people to say, so as this conversation is happening, number one, what you're saying, there's a lot that's being said. Can we actually now start bringing it together into what are we saying and what do we want to see going forward? Because if you don't start thinking of the next steps, then there's a nice carnival atmosphere going on in the country. Where is it leading us to? How do we know that we have achieved what we wanted to achieve? How do we start shaping this conversation? How do other sectors also come in and contribute to this? How do we make sure that this movement is not abducted?
I see
the movement itself,
apart from the police,
can be abducted.
Abductions, political abductions also. I see politicians trying to take a ride on it, but have demonstrated it here that there are very few people who have the moral authority to speak on this problem, because either by commission or omission, there have been significant contributors into getting us where we are, and that's across the aisle. Therefore, it will be important that the purity of this.
So the solution should come from elsewhere.
Yes, the purity of this movement shouldn't be interfered with by political interference. The only challenge is how to reduce these challenges that are being spoken into action points. Because like I pointed out, and the unfortunate thing is that you speak to some of the people, not all of them, some of the people, and they appear to be under the impression that once you reject the finance bill, all our problems disappear. It's not the case. And I have taken time to explain why that is not the case. I have said there are things that we will fix. We have to fix on the expenditure side. But then there are additional things that city is speaking to. That even these little resources that are available, what is our conviction that it's going to the intended purposes, speaking to the challenge of corruption, which is perhaps something that we need to discuss. Is the architecture of EACC and DCI and oversight institutions working as proposed, or there needs to be a radical shift? I believe that having tried it for 10 years, or in perhaps going to 14 years now, since the new constitution, it's clear the results can show that as proposed, it is not working. Something different has to be done if we're to win this war on corruption. And that is what now you're saying, that so that we don't lose the moment, how do we reduce all this into action points and say, this is perhaps the bigger thing also that people are concerned about, that there is wastage. Apart from the wastage, there's pilferage as well. How do we stop that? How do we make sure that we bring a corruption suspect to book within a certain period of time, so that you don't go through the rituals? People know that you can steal, and if you get caught, you'll be taken to court. Once you go to court, you can drag the case until you die, like some of the suspects, without ever having a return. There is new jurisprudence that is even emerging out of EACC, the Obado case, out of court negotiations, which we need to appreciate, and perhaps it's you to call them here and help them make you understand the logic in some of the decisions that they are taking, so that we don't lose that. Some of the things like opportunities being availed, it will take time, but it's clear from the voices that are speaking out there that the speed with which it is being done is not satisfactory. We are churning out very able and well-educated people who know their rights, who know what they need to do without opportunities. When there's constriction of space for opportunities, then things such as what is happening are bound to explode, and that's not what you want for your country.
Well, somebody's saying justice for Rex Masai.
For?
Rex Masai.
Or the young man who was killed.
The demonstrator who was shot, allegedly by a police officer, right? And in just a moment of high-handedness, which is where, again, the message, your former colleague in the Senate, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the statement that he made yesterday. Well, on the face of it, he made a statement of fact. The law allows you to picket.
Yes.
And the law allows you to picket as long as you're doing it within the confines of the law.
I thought it was fair and balanced.
And the law does not allow you to move inside one side or the other.
Yeah.
What we felt that the good CS did not do is he did not acknowledge the fact that the demonstrations that we've seen in the country so far have been peaceful.
Largely
peaceful demonstrations. He did not acknowledge that. He did not acknowledge that the violence that we have seen so far has come from his officers. He did not acknowledge that the likelihood, the message that he'll be sending to the protesters should be, I acknowledge that you've been peaceful. I encourage you to be peaceful. I want to assure you that my officers will stand down this time.
But he said that
only acting.
He said
if
that
you go out. He did not acknowledge.
No. He said,
but you must make sure. It's a tone. Usually these things, the tone of voice.
But
if you come out and say,
I found his statement fairly balanced, to be honest, because he acknowledged that there is need for protesters to be allowed to do what they need to do. Police should actually provide escort for them, ensure that they exercise their right uninterfered with. But to counterbalance that, because this is Nairobi and this is Kenya, you know very well how sometimes in crowds there are infiltrators, people take advantage of such situations. And credit to this current lot of demonstrators, I have seen them even open ways for people who want to go about their business, when they're on Kenyatta Avenue, they didn't try to block vehicles like has been in previous demonstration. And that is commendable. The only problem, and I had this even in the preceding weeks or days before, they said when it gets to a certain time, if you're still out there, then you're not part of us. Because there are people who want to take advantage of these situations. And I felt that is a lot that the CS was addressing. There'll always be sneaky characters who will try and find ways of taking advantage of this situation. And they too needed to be addressed. I felt that's a lot that he was speaking to.
Yeah, I think he was speaking to them. But he should have been assuring the peaceful demonstrators of their security.
I'll tell him to be more assuring.
Well, Senator, it's 24 minutes past 9. Let's take this break to take a look at traffic weather. We'll open up the phone line 0719-012-600. So we are saying reject finance bill. Then what? What next? What are the next steps for this movement? Even the senators agrees that, it's actually a good moment in our country where we're having these conversations. Then how do we move it forward to make it meaningful and all? 25 minutes after 9. Have you switched? If you haven't switched, you're not going to win. You need to switch to win. Switch to what?
Stanbic. Today, open an account with Stanbic, and you can actually take over your responsibilities into that new account. And there's an opportunity every week for winners: 200,000 shillings for the first, 100,000 shillings for the first runners-up, and then 50,000 shillings for the second runners-up, right? And at the end of this all, there's a draw that will take place in September, 1 million shillings up for grabs, just because you put 50,000 shillings in your account and you enter into this draw. And then we have first runners-up at 500,000 shillings and second runners-up at 300,000 shillings. Make the switch to Stanbic today and enjoy a whole basket of goodies that comes along with this account.
Yep. And be as smart as Senator Aaron Cheriot, because tonight Senator Aaron Cheriot will have subscribed to Showmax PL, and he'll be watching the Euros on his mobile device, only 500 shillings a month. And you get to watch all the 51 matches in Germany, plus the pre-post-match analysis and other shows specifically produced to look at the Euros and what's happening. 26 minutes past 9, in fact, at the Aga Khan University. You know, there's that song, I'm sure Senator knows this song. It's, I don't know what the name of that song is. But it has a line that goes, Hapendi vijana wa Roy Sambu.
Okay. I thought you were asking me to now see.
He definitely wasn't asking.
Senator knows this song. It's an urban tone song. Okay. But Aga Khan wanapenda Roy Sambu. Ndio maana wamefungua
Specialty care. Right at the Roy Sambu roundabout. So imagine world-class care coming to your home, where you work and where you live. So the things that you would need care for, whether it's dialysis or chemotherapy, all these things on board now with specialists there, oncologists, gastroenterologists, their general surgeons, really special care that you would need brought right to where you are, because Aga Khan University believes that you can have world-class care. You can have it here, you can have it now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with Spice FM.
Looking into a clear morning, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 10 in Nairobi. 13 will be the low with highs of 25 in Nakuru, and into Nyeri, highs of 22 and lows of 10, while Eldoret will see highs of 22 and lows of 12. Mombasa is cloudy, going to highs of 29, and it's cloudy in Malindi as well, going to highs of 29. Clear conditions at 19 in Kisumu, with 17 and mostly cloudy in Kakamega. Kampala is clear at 19, with Dar es Salaam partly cloudy at 23. We're looking into a mostly clear Johannesburg at 7 degrees, while Mogadishu is sunny at 25. Addis Ababa this morning is cloudy at 13. Lagos, cloudy at 26 with highs of 29, while Kinshasa will go to highs of 32. We're looking into a sunny Beijing going to highs of 35, and Paris at 17 will see highs of 29, while London see highs of 28. To round things off, in New York, the Big Apple, cloudy at 23 Monday night, coming into Tuesday, highs of 27 and lows of 20. Not going to be busy on the streets in terms of traffic this morning. We'll see what it looks like as we go through the day. But for now, all your usual suspects, clear and free through and through into the CBD, out Gong Road, coming in from Langata Road. We're not having a problem here at all. Let's keep an eye on things and see how they progress through the day. Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We'll open up the phone lines at 9:30 for the next 30 minutes. 0719-012-600. So this is a day where we are seeing street protests across the country. We're already seeing some videos. It's already started. Some people pouring onto the streets and chanting, "We are peaceful. We are peaceful." And police are also maintaining peace. They're also peaceful today.
Today?
So far, from what I've seen,
Okay.
we are peaceful. So the demonstrations are happening. Then what? What happens beyond this? What in you already?
Okay.
What?
But before they come in, Eric, let me just mention one thing.
Ask. Yes.
Some of the things that inflame people are the optics. When we have a country where some people can't even afford and don't even know what they're going to eat the following day, and then you have people going to harambes. Harambes, individuals who are known. Once you're in the public domain, you are known more than you even think.
You're a public figure.
You are a public figure. Harambes are good because they help people.
Yeah.
But the amount of cash, it's obscene. Millions being carried as though someone was carrying a sack of potatoes and dishing it out. It's a culture of a days gone by, but it seems to be back. Now, you tell me.
Is it bad?
My friend.
If you've been invited to Harambee City and you bring the money in cash and not a check.
No.
Is that the problem?
No.
Or is the amount the problem?
No. It's not the amount. It's not the Harambe. It's everything about it. Harambes are supposed to assist.
Yeah.
Harambes are supposed to help. What I've been seeing, it may assist, but it looks like it's a pissing contest. Who can bring more money? And the more money is in the millions. It's not at a small pocket change of 1,000 bob, 2,000 bob. No. We are talking about a country that doesn't have money. We are talking about borrowing. And yet we seem to have people who have a lot of it. Now, that disparity usually is what causes problems. The optics are bad. Horrible. Senator, a lot of these things have been happening in your backyard.
Do you want my honest opinion or
only that?
You don't want to give me the opinion?
No, we don't want the we want the
Don't give
honest
us any
opinion.
other.
Don't give us any other opinion.
Maybe we should just ban public officials from doing or conducting fundraisers. If that's because I hear it's part of the bigger complaint that people are making, that this is what fuels corruption and the need to make more money and the same. I mean, let's just put a stop to it. They don't have it in these other countries. It's a culture, I don't know, began when? Maybe City or Eric would tell us which year these things began. But then given that it has a bad feel on people and people saying, where are you getting this? Do the other things, forget about this. Don't make it a measure of what you have done for us as a leader. I think let's just stop anybody who is in public office, be they a CEO, a director, an elected official, from participating. So that we leave it to the rest of ordinary Kenyans to do it.
There was an attempt to do this. President Moi Kibaki had tried it, appointed a team led by, I think, Koigu Amwere, and they came up and said, let's actually ban Harambes. And then politicians were like, Sasa watu wanataka.
Which year was that? Maybe we need to, somebody needs to check up
Kibaki
that.
one.
If there was a proposed legislation, we need to look it up.
There was a proposal.
It could be part of the solutions that you are saying are coming out of this conversation. Because when I listened in on Saturday when people were talking on the Twitter space, it formed a whole list of things people are saying. I don't like that this is happening. I don't like that I have to wait for this number of period to get this done or the other. So probably.
And the question that was being raised alongside that was the spending that people have during elections. I remember we even had a cap on it.
Campaign. We just couldn't get the means to monitor it.
Exactly.
Which became problematic.
Let's go to the phone lines. There are many. Kipkoech in Nandi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. Eric Latif.
Karibu sana.
My contribution is very short and clear. First and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Cheriat for showing up. So, Mimi, I don't agree on rejecting the whole bill, because the government also needs to continue with its services, because when you end up missing some services, kidogo italeta shida, unaona. But my main issue is that let us just remove some other things that may not make us feel okay. But now what I just want to ask Mheshimiwa, kwa nini hawataki kutengeneza rule yenye inasema mtu tu mwenye anafanya corruption atupwe jela na ikiwezekana tu hata kama ni kunyongwa nyongwe. You know this country corruption ndio inatuua tu. But we are very rich in this country.
Sawa, amesikia swali.
Lakini corruption ndio inamaliza. Alafu ya mwisho. Mimi tu ningependa kuambia Bwana Aaron Cheriot kidogo hapa kuna mahali ametupanga. Hii mambo ya kamata, he knows very well what is happening. So can he speak to the president and can he speak to the IG na mwambie itabia ikome? It is our democratic right kuandamana and it is our democratic right kufanya chenye tunataka kufanya. Bora hatujaguza chochote ya mtu.
Sawa.
So
thank you, Kiprono. Thank you, Kipkoech Nandi. Sami Komen in Baringo.
Morning, Bwana CT, Eric Ndua and Bwana Mheshimiwa.
Good morning.
I have two questions.
Right.
I want to ask Mr. Aaron, why is it that when even the recommendations that came from the Treasury, or like when they want to like cutting the budget proposal or whatever, they were so quick to go after these important ministries, the Minister of Health. They went to reduce CDF and whatever. But we all know that on the proposed budget, there was a DP's confidential budget of around 800 million. Why didn't they mention that? They were so quick to go after the things that they know that would affect the Mwananchi directly. Why are they so quick to go after the important things, and they want to downplay it as if we don't know, or we
wanataka
so
soft life na sisi tuwezi enda hospitali. Thank you. Come in.
Exactly.
Thank you. Mike in Kisumu, good morning.
Good morning, Eric, CT and Ndu.
Good morning.
And good morning to Mr. Cheriot.
Good morning to you.
I want to speak to three things very quickly because I know we are several on the line and we all need to be heard.
Yes, please.
Eric, number one, the first thing I've realized in this country, you'll only know that we have police in their numbers, not when bandits attack in Baringo and the West Port, but when we have demonstrations. That is the only time you'll realize that we have police and in their numbers. You see, and these demonstrations have been done very peacefully. In fact, the motto of the demonstration is carry your phones and not storms. You see. But see how police are handling this situation.
Right.
But to some point, I can't blame the police. Why? They are getting their orders from somewhere. And when they were passing out, they took an oath to obey orders that have been given to them. You see, that's why the buck is stopping with the president and the IG.
Sawa.
You see, you keep on saying that the police is an independent body, but it doesn't look so.
Point made. Point number two.
Parliament.
Yep.
Our members of parliament. You know, these people are so cheap that they're being bought left, right, and center. These people are elected by the people, but they behave as though they are appointed by the president. Majority of them. And they have forgotten their mandate of legislation and defending the people whom voted for them, airing their voices. Number three, the question of accountability in this country. Anytime you come up to ask the accountability question in terms of what our tax is doing, what development, how much money has come from outside, what is it doing, where is it going? When we had recently, when the controller of budget said she can't say how much has come from outside in terms of aid, in terms of loans that you're being given, she doesn't know. She's not aware of what this money is doing. She equally said that money is being taken from Treasury without going through her office. So she cannot really say where we are as a country and how much we have currently.
Sawa, Mike.
What are we doing about those? Thank you and have a good day.
Let's leave it there. Thank you, Mike. Kiprono in Kericho.
Yes, hello, Eric.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Here in Kericho, we are so good.
Salimia, you're a senator here.
Yeah. I would like to say hello to the senator.
Kiprono.
And pinpoint out that actually I've been following the whole conversation from morning. And I think what he has said is 80% lies. The 20% might be true. Then, on the issues about, there is a clip that Ruto said that he is planning to have a talk with the youth. And the question that youth are asking themselves up to this point, in fact, that is the thing that is causing so much rage, is has Ruto been not having the heart of the youth from the word go since he launched his manifesto up to this moment that we are almost halfway the term is supposed to serve, and is now talking about having a talk with the youth. Like, has he not been having that heart of being of actually serving the youth? And number two, the issue about accountability. That there is so much about accountability, and the one thing is this: you find in Rift Valley nowadays, every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, leaders, they are flaunting with millions. They are coming with Prados, choppers to just give out millions of money. Everybody is asking themselves one question, like, where do these people get such much amount of money? For example, Aaron Cheriot, I'm very sure he earns maybe, let's say at a maximum 3 million per month. But you get to know that he's giving out more than what he earns. And where does he get that amount of money?
Sawa.
And at the final is this, the issue about tax and the issue about the external debt. I think the government should actually come up with a public domain that should let everybody see how the money from the outside is being borrowed and how it's being actually paid. Not this issue that, we shall do what? No, stop that nonsense. And we want accountability. Thank you.
Asante sana Kiprono. Karanja.
Yes, Eric.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eric Kidu and City. How are you?
We are fine, thank you.
Okay, Aaron Cheroyot, the senator for Kericho. Mm-hmm. Now, the question I'm asking these people, Eric, you know, we went to election. We voted these MPs. These MPs, we voted them to do what? We never voted the MPs. We voted the parties. Mm. That's why, if they go into parliament, their work is only to rubber stamp, whatever comes. So we never voted the MPs. Kenyans should know that. Number two, in 1963 to 1985, we voted MP for representation in parliament. Mm-hmm. From today, from 1985 to today, we voted this MP to eat, not to do our representation. Higher for the parliament to think about how to expand the tax base. How are they going to come to the same Wananchi who is a taxpayer? The 2 million people who want to pay their taxes. Why are they looking for that payslip? Why don't they think otherwise? How they can go there and give a lot of? Why do president keep on going each and every time? I think he has visited almost 90% of the whole world. Why don't we go there at Nairobi? Those billions which have been stacked abroad to bring back to Kenyans. This is what we want to say, Eric. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you, Karanja. And finally, James in Rongai. Let's take these ones and then we shall do another round. James in Rongai, good morning. Hi.
Good morning, Eric. How are you doing?
Very well.
How is City, Nduoko, and Mweshimiwa?
Fine, thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, my question goes to the Honorable. He's called what?
Aaron.
Aaron.
Yes.
The problem facing Kenya is not lack of funds. We have money in Kenya. There's money everywhere. The problem is corruption, because the other day, comptroller of budget was saying that her salary was coming triple. If my salary is $500,000, it's coming. The moment it's coming from treasury, it's 1.5. When it reaches me, it's $500,000. 1 million goes where? What are they doing to fight corruption? That's the problem. It's not about, we are lacking money. What are they doing to fight corruption? Mine is simple.
Safi. Well done. Thank you very much. Senator, respond to some of these issues. First of all, 3 million. Officially, it's not 3 million.
I thought the salary of a member of parliament is gazetted, and it's a matter of public knowledge. So I don't know where Kiprono gets his figures from.
He hasn't gotten it, so just give it to him. How much?
My salary?
Yes.
Is on or about 700,000.
Okay. Plus
maybe responsibility allowance, give or take 900,000 maximum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never beyond $1 million.
Nah, salary. From where?
So he's asking, so where are you getting all this money from that you're splashing around and living large?
I don't know what he means by living large, because I don't live large.
Not you. Members of parliament.
Members of parliament. I don't know, because, now there is a new trend. I saw last weekend somebody took a photo of the shoes I was wearing, and they said they were worth 116,000. I was shocked. I said, my goodness.
Oh, you didn't know when you got them that's how much they cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know where I bought the shoes from. It's not the shop that they're talking about. I didn't even know that there existed such a brand. Those shoes are hardly 15,000 shillings. But that's the life that we live. People want to paint a certain picture, and in fact there is a certain smack of who are you, why you, because it has both a tribal intonation and a despise of some sort. Why do I say so? Because I've seen the bloggers that are doing this, the people that are posting, it's only certain people from a particular region that
are being targeted,
who are being painted in that with that brush, of course, to achieve a certain political narrative, which is fine. It's part of our political culture. No problem with that.
What's wrong? It's not fine.
I mean, what do you do? Because you can't stop people from painting a certain brush. How comes that suddenly it's only wrong and it's only somebody who cannot wear a particular type of shoe? I know people...
Because we know this guy, Bwana.
But
3 years ago...
But we know all these other people.
This guy was not wearing this shoe.
Yeah.
6 months into a new appointment, and this guy is wearing this shoe. It's not that, Bwana.
No, that's not the point. You're missing the point. I have said that level of scrutiny is only limited
to people from a certain
people from a certain
maybe
ethnic
it's only people
group
from a certain region who are getting appointed. Maybe that's what it's showing us.
What do you mean? You know who's been appointed minister, who's been appointed CEO, who's been appointed PS, who's been elected, like me. I'm not the only one in parliament. So that's one. Even the president. I see there's a big huge hue and cry about the watch that he wears.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm told it's worth 4 million. I haven't had opportunity to ask him. It's 4 or 5 million shillings. I know for a fact, and I saw it. President Uhuru Kenyatta used to wear a 50 million shilling watch.
Come on.
It never brought this level of attention. But suddenly, because who are you anyway? Why are you wearing this?
You're trying to say that there are bloggers who seem to be implying that certain people should not have those things.
Exactly.
And if they do, why?
Yeah.
And if they do, they must.
And there are those who are allowed. So the only thing I want to request, can they grant us this list so that we know what do we need to do? In any case, it doesn't affect me. I'm not worried about it because I know where I buy my stuff from.
We have looked at your
my jeans supplier is a gentleman called Wele. A guy that I grew up with, went to primary school with in Umoja, has a good eye for good jeans even from when we were young. He continues to supply the same to me. My sporting shoes and the things that I do apart from formal is a guy called Polosa. He sells out of Wadi. Wadi is Gikomba city. Probably you don't know.
No,
I play football with him. Yeah? And he has a good taste also for shoes. So I know...
He's your plug.
Is not a big issue to me. But I was just concerned with the hypocrisy about all that conversation about it. If you want to be honest about it. But don't also try and correct people while being hypocritical about it. Do a scrutiny that is above board. You know, if I never saw you raise hue and cry about Uhuru Kenyatta putting on a 50 million watch, I don't think William Ruto's 3 million should bother you at this point in time. You know? So probably those anyway we have learned to live with that. There were 2 or 3 questions that were asked, but broadly is still what City was talking about earlier. We have no problem paying these taxes, but They are being stolen.
Yep.
They are being wasted.
It's a management.
How is it being administered?
Yeah.
And I have said, we have a corruption fighting mechanism or architecture that is proposed in our constitution. It is clear for all of us to see that that hasn't worked. The corrupt have found a way to run circles around our system, and they have found ways of beating it. It is time then that we have a sit down and propose new measures in a bipartisan way involving all stakeholders, so that we perhaps tighten the nose. And perhaps that's part of what people are saying, that before coming to us with any additional tax measures, let's find ways of securing first what you're collecting, because to us it's not being put.
You can't account for what we've given
it's
you
not being
so
put
far.
to prudent use.
Yeah.
And that's part of the takeaways that you're saying. If we don't lose this moment or what has been achieved so far. Find a way of neatly tying it up, and that has to happen because it's a big concern. I hear, of course, the gentleman talked about members of parliament being bought. I don't know. I'm not in the National Assembly, but if I was in the National Assembly, I'd have drafted a letter to the Speaker and ask MP George Koimburi to provide evidence of what he's saying. Because if he's not saying, then that is conduct unbecoming, and his colleagues must call him out for that. Because I know that for Kenya Kwanza members of parliament, 90 or 95% who supported the bill, it was after serious deliberations at our parliamentary group meeting, explanation of why these taxation measures have to happen. They pushed back on certain measures and said, drop this, drop the other. You saw our press conference. We dropped about 7 or 8 proposals. Excuse me.
Bless you.
And it's after that they supported the bill. Nobody gave anybody money to support that particular bill. And in any case, surely, how does 400 million look like to give 204 people? I've never seen that kind of money, but I don't know how it will even, by what form it will be carried. But, like I have said, I don't serve in that house. It is upon the members of that house to take that member to task so that he explain who are these, how and when, so that the country can get comfortable. I'd be happy to know if that was a motivation behind my own member of parliament voting in that particular way. I think, just broadly speaking, that's part of the questions that were being asked.
Dovetailing on one of those terms, Senator, is just the whole question of subservience to the executive. And it comes up here, whether there's money or not. There's the whole notion that by virtue of the fact that your party leader also happens to be
the president,
that there is the unspoken rule or demand that whatever is suggested then will be followed. And we haven't seen anything like that stray too far from the practice. Is that
really
the case?
Maybe we should let you in on some of our parliamentary group meetings so that you see how these decisions are arrived. It's an open mic session. You take the mic and say, no, this can never happen. Please drop this, drop the other. And there's a pushback from the executive side and said, oh, we have this challenge, please, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, you reach a point of agreement and say, okay, this is what needs to be done. And that's how you run a political party. Otherwise, what do? We can't have two people, one as party leader and the other one as president. It follows that it's fortunate that you have your party leader who happens to be the president and therefore leader of the executive. But it's not true to say that if that was the case, then there wouldn't be all this. I think there are like 65 amendments that are being carried today, close by close. By members of the National Assembly. All those ideas and thoughts that have come from people interacting and appreciating. When this bill came from the executive, it was poorly drafted. And there's a lot that Parliament has done to make it better. That's why, hence, actually, the reaction by people and saying, what do you mean? I am a digital content creator. You want to tax me? Then it had to be elaborately clarified that it is on those who are monetizing their content. But otherwise, those who are doing it for the fun of it, nobody has a business coming to you. But so long as you're earning a living, just like you are taxed for working here, any other person working in the country pays. It's the principle of equity. Everybody pays. But so Parliament has done its bit. and they have done a lot to make. I could go on close by close of how certain proposals came in a way that were not specific and would have left people mad the way they were the way they had been drafted. But Parliament has ensured that there is specificity and clarity on what is being proposed, and people now understand that no, okay, if that's not what you meant, then it's fine.
You know, when the bill was first published, we discussed it here a number of times. We've been having the Finance Bill Tuesdays since it was published.
Okay.
And one of the things that we have said is we have not heard the voice of the drafters of this bill talking about it, explaining the bill.
Treasury people.
The National Treasury never spoke about it. It was left to Kimani and other members of Parliament to go to media houses
and explain,
and appear like they're explaining. And we said we are not even going to invite Kimani Kuria here because he's not the owner of the bill. He becomes the owner of the bill after the second reading. But why was the National Treasury quiet?
I don't know. Professor Ndungu should be able to...
Should there be a way
answer
of when such a proposal is published, the same way Professor Ndungu released a Mwananchi version of his speech when he went to Parliament, he should have done the same
for finance bill. Probably
come up with something that then explains this is the finance bill, because it's a voluminous thing and it's a bill that is just an amendment of various other pieces of legislation.
Tax procedures.
Just have a thing that says these are the proposals. On income tax, these are the proposals. On VAT, these are the proposals. We are zero rating here, we are introducing VAT here. On excise duty, these are the proposals. So it can clearly see. And everybody then can engage. Those who want to go deeper into it can go deeper into the bill, and they'll understand it better. But those who just look at it and want to see, so how does this impact me, can clearly see that. And they can go looking for the various aspects of the piece of legislation that they feel would affect them.
Probably, you know, it's one of the things we were discussing earlier of what has changed after this, is that finance bill will never be the same again. After this debacle. And probably what you're saying is the right thing to do. That needs to be published way in advance so that there is a broader stakeholder engagement and time for people to interrogate. And it is important for the owners of the bill, which is the National Treasury, to come to the country and explain and say, this is what we are proposing and this is the reason. Perhaps listen in, carry out their own version of even stakeholder engagement before it eventually gets to Parliament. Because unfortunately, part of the bigger problem that you are dealing with, including today, is misinformation. I have seen placards, even including this morning, of people saying, don't touch my bread. Because, I mean, in a sense, what has gone out, it's difficult to take away from people. Not everybody understands these parliamentary procedures of what has been done, what has been dropped, you know. And even if it is dropping, the truth of the matter is that it hasn't been dropped. It is today when the dropping will be done.
Senator, you know, we've had a discussion here about how government can actually be effective and efficient and communicate clearly. And it was when we were changing the 1,000 shilling denomination. Step by step, you have this number of days left. You have this number of days left. This is what it's going to look like. It was continuous on a daily basis.
The run-up.
It left no room for anybody to say they were not told. Now, something as important as a finance bill, whose rejection has dire consequences, now tell me, why was that serious approach not had? So that we know, because we have it every year. So that when people say, we say, excuse me, for everything we're saying, this is the process that we followed. We took this to all the county assemblies. We took this to all this. And see, I'm simply saying that we don't seem to learn from our own successes.
Or failures.
No, I'm talking success.
Because that one has been done right. That should have been the poster boy of how to carry out a policy change.
Well, thank you very much for giving us this 2 hours and having this conversation with the country.
Thank you.
And we thank everybody for tuning in to the Situation Room today. As things unfold across the country and in Parliament, we will be there no matter what. And tomorrow we'll be back here at 6 a.m. Have a lovely day, people. Stay safe. Be peaceful. It's 10 a.m.
It's now 10 a.m.
Ukitaka kubeba by the time tunatoka ihali pale hivyo hapo kwa nje ya soja, si kwa masoja hapo nje. After the service, kama unataka bado kuibeba ende ukiichukua. Ulize by the way nilikuwa nimekatch. Nilikuwa nimemaliza message. Alafu uendelee. I will enter his gates with thanksgiving in my heart. Enemies. Ni kumfanyisha. Ushawahi tukanwa na mtu alafu unamwonyesha hakuna kitu anafanya, anakutusi, anakuambia mambo alafu unamwambia thank you, ambia unamwona thank you, anashindangwa ni nini nyingine atakwambia ili ukasirike. The secret to defeat your enemy, it is when you sing praises to the Lord. It is when you make him hear you say, I will rejoice because he has made me glad. The devil knows that you are not glad. He knows that you are not happy because of the things ambazo amezileta katika maisha yako na zimekukosesha amani, lakini unamuonyesha thank you. He has made me glad. He has made Kama si Yesu, hicho kitu kilikuwa kinakuja kukumaliza. Kilikuwa kinakuja kukumaliza kabisa. Either wewe ujimalize, uchukue kama ujimalize. But you are still standing. Somebody say, I'm still standing. Ama uluzi hope, utoke na uende kabisa. Ushikwe na stress, na zaidi ya yote ushikwe na depression. Kiambie shindwe kwa jina la Yesu. Kiambie shindwe kwa jina la Yesu. Juzi tukienda mission tukapata accident. For the first time tumeenda mission miaka mingi. This time shetani akajua mtanijua. Tumeenda tukiomba 4 kilometers to the place. Bam. He has made me glad. He has made me glad. I will rejoice for him. Yeah, he has made me glad. Oh, he has made me. I will rejoice. Not that I am glad because of what happened, because there are other people who were injured and they were badly injured. But let me tell you, I am glad because the devil is defeated. Kazi yake ilikuwa atumalize sisi wote. Mpango wake tukitoka Nairobi alikuwa amesema wametoka wameenda ngoja. Hapa na wamaliza yote. He has made us glad. He has made us glad. We will rejoice for he has made us glad. He has made us glad. He has made us glad. We will rejoice for he has made. But let me tell you, if haijalishi nini imefanyika, he comes late. He comes late. Tell your neighbor, he comes late. Hebu mwambie, he came late. In whatever situation, mwambie, just know he came late. Kama angekuja akiwa wote, tungekuwa tunaongea kitu kingine. Lakini anakujanga akiwa amechelewa. So ajui hata that time alikuja akiwa amechelewa. Yes, alituvuruga mpaka service ikakuwa sasa ni kama imekwama, lakini bado alichelewa. Maana Mungu alisimama akiwa Mungu na akatupigania na akapigania hata wale walikuwa injured. Mungu akawasaidia wakasimama tena. As we speak, the lady is walking under the anointing of the Holy Ghost. Tell you, devil is like our enemies. Ushaikuwa na enemy mutu sasa wajana shetani enemy mutu. Wakati uko chini ndio anafurahingi, anasema nyingi, atacheka yake. Ati alikuwa anasema nini? Ana pesa zilienda wapi? Yani badala ashikwe na huzuni ya kujua what is happening ndio anafurahi. Yani shetani ako hivyo na ni zaidi ya hivyo. Wakati anafurahi wakati kunaonekana kuna shida, but that is the very moment that you are supposed to stand and tell him or see or encourage yourself, the Lord has made you glad. The Lord made you glad. The Lord is giving joy in your heart. The Lord is giving you happiness in your heart. The Lord is bringing happiness in your family. The Lord is bringing happiness in your situations. And the moment you start declaring, let them tell you, the moment you start declaring, hizo vitu zinaishanga hui. Zinaisha hui. Zinaenda kama zinaisha. Maana hana lingine. Kazi yake ni mfanye kazi wawili. Shetani hawezi fanya kazi peke yake, lazima mshirikiane. Na ndio maana analeta kihuzuni kama that day tulisema sasa hii ni nini? Sasa hii ni shetani gani? Hii ni pepo gani? Tuko hospitali, sijui tuko wapi, tuko police station, tuko sijui. Yaani unasikianga ile inaitangwa kwa Kigiriki gedhagadhago. Mtu aseme gedhagadhago. Tukaingia kwa gedhagadhago. Gedhagadhago ambayo haieleweki. And we are ready to minister that evening. But let me tell you, he was also defeated. Even in that time that we are having gedhagadhago, alikuwa yeye anajua ameshindwa. Because the following day, God glorified himself. Somebody say amen. He wanted the lady to die. He never died. She woke up. She walked. And she went home. And the following day she went to hospital. Na scans zikafanyiwa. Na hakuna hata mfupa moja ilivunjika. Because there is God in heaven. Shetani alikuwa anataka amumalize ndio atuletee aibu. But he is defeated. What that situation that you have been, and especially this week, ni situation gani iko umekuwa nayo katika familia yako, katika ndoa yako, katika watoto wako, katika kazi yako? Anataka mshirikiane. Muanze kusema akwambie woyeye na useme woyeye. Ani Mungu amekuachilia ni kama Mungu amemwachilia muagree. Anakwambianga hivyo. Yaani Mungu ameniachilia ni kama ameniachilia. Yaani Mungu alikuwa anaona hizo zote. Yaani Mungu alikuwa anaona hizo. Shetani anakuwhisper huko hivyo. Mwambie nonsense. He has made me glad. He has made me glad. Yeah. Open your mouth and declare, I will enter his gates. I will enter his courts. I will say, I will rejoice. Everybody iko kiangalia iko challenge kabi, I will enter even through that challenge. Yes, I will enter. I will say, this the day I will rejoice. Who is not rejoicing? Say, I will enter. I will enter his courts. I will say, this the day I will rejoice. Hey, somebody say, he has made me glad. He has made me glad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I will rejoice, for he has made me glad. Oh yeah. He has made me glad. He has made me glad. I will rejoice. I will rejoice, for he has made me glad.
for he has made me glad. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again, I will say rejoice again. Hey! Hey! Tell him about your issues. But you must begin by rejoicing in the Lord. By rejoicing in him. Upstairs, are you listening to this side? Somebody glorify the name of the Lord. Somebody rejoice in the Lord. Somebody praise the name of the Lord. Woo! Jesus, Jesus. Nitaingia lango lake na sifa moyoni. Nitaingia. Hebu sikia. Nasikia leo kama nitapeperuka. Kama alishindwa kukumaliza jana ama 1 minute before ukuje hapa, kaput. Rejoice. Ingia na furaha. Ana nafasi, ana mamlaka, ana uwezo, hana uwezo, hana nguvu, hana nguvu, hana nguvu tena. Anaweza jaribu, lakini hana nguvu. Ukijificha kwa Yesu, kwenye furaha ya Yesu, hata kuona ng'oo. Raha ya adui ni wakati anatuona tukiwa tumesononeka, alafu anakuongeza kimiaka mingine hapo pu. All of a sudden watu wanaanza kusema nini umezeeka hivyo? Because una raha, una furaha. Upstairs, are we together? Lakini ameshindwa. Kama hajaweza, kama hakuweza jana, kama hakuweza juzi, kama hakuweza hiyo dakika ulikuwa unakuja hapa, ameshindwa. 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 Na hivyo ndivyo walikuwa wanajidanganya hata wakati wa Kristo. Aliona amesulubiwa akasema yes, it's over. It is over. Ile unabii yote ilikuwa imefanywa, it's over. Paka mwimbaji akakuja, walipomuua Yesu alidhani kubeba badala yake injili. Walipomuua Yesu alidhani kubeba badala yake injili. Walipomuua Yesu alidhani kubeba badala yake injili. Walipomuanika pale msalabani kubeba badala yake. Walipomweka miba ya kofi kwa taji sasa. Kutoka injili ya songa mbele, injili ya enda mbele, kumbe badala yake injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, kumbe badala yake injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, kumbe badala yake injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, injili ya enda mbele, kumbe badala yake injili ya enda mbele. Testify! Testify! Ai, simuhubirie. Ulipoleta aksidenti kwa kina Sarake, ulifikiria kwamba usije imeisha. Saa injili itasonga mbele, saa injili yasonga mbele, injili yasonga mbele, injili yasonga mbele, injili yasonga mbele, kumbe badala yake injili yasonga mbele. Turn your mourning into dancing. Hallelujah. 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 I know it is not easy to dance when you are going through, because all what is there before you is death, stress, agony, embarrassment, discouragement, and all those things that you are seeing before you. But let me tell you, the moment utaamuka, ushaikukutwa na kikitu ukalia. Halafu tu kikitu kingine ukaamuka hivi. Ukakaa kama ulikuwa umelala, ukasema nenda okea. Ukishaamuka hivi na uanze kudance. Tunaambiwa hiyo Sunday school zangu nyinyi sijui kama nyinyi mko Sunday school mko mnaambiwa hivyo. Ati shetani yako na nini pembe? Halafu ako na mkia. So na imagine akiwa na hiyo mkia atarudisha ndani aende kama ameogopa hivi. Maana tayari umefanya nini? Tayari kama hivyo ndivyo mimi sijui kama hivyo ndivyo tunaambiwa wangu alikuwa. Lakini mbona tulikuwa tunadanganywa hivyo Sunday school? Walimu wa Sunday school wako hapa, inua mikono. Siku hizi mnaambianga watoto aje? Ako na mkia. Hallelujah. I don't know who I'm speaking to. Maybe I'm speaking to myself, but even as I speak to myself, I'm speaking to somebody else here. I am speaking to somebody else here. I am speaking to someone else here. Ambaye amelia na anasema kwamba mimi Sarake, I am giving up. Oh, don't give up. Don't give up. That is the time ya kusema nitaingia lango la na sifa moyo, nitaingia kwa shangwe, nitasema siku njema. Hii siku ambaye ameenda through aseme tena nitaingia. Wakati nitajikuta mbinguni kwa Baba, nitajua ya ulimwengu nimeshaacha. Haleluya, nitasifu kufika mbinguni. Hosana, nitaingia kwa shangwe. Wakati nitajikuta uweponi mwake, nitajua shida zangu zimetoweka. Haleluya, nitasifu uweponi mwake. Oh sana, wakati nitajikuta kwenye neema yake, nitajua matatizo yangu
wakati nitajikuta na wateule wa Mungu. Nitajua stresi zangu nimeshaziacha. Haleluya, nitasifu pamoja na wateule. Nani anafurahi hivyo? Wakati nitajikuta kwenye madhabahu yake, nitajua mzigo wangu nimeuacha. Haleluya, nitasifu hapo madhabahuni yake. Wakati nitajikuta kwenye kibali chake, nitajua ukosefu wa pesa wangu nimeshauacha. Haleluya, nitasifu kwenye kibali chake. Jesus. Wakati nitajikuta upendoni mwake, nitajua chochote kinanisumbua nimeshakiacha. Haleluya, nitasifu upendoni mwake. Nitaingia lango lake na sifa moyo. Nitaingia kwa shangwe kuu. Nitasema ni siku njema Bwana ameifanya. Nitafurahi kufika mbinguni. Nitaingia lango lake. Nitaingia kwa shangwe kuu. Nitasema ni siku njema Bwana ameifanya. Nitafurahi kufika mbinguni. Nchi safi nzuri sana ni kwa Bwana wangu. Kuna amani, kuna furaha. Huko ni kusifu, tutakaa na Mungu wetu. Nchi yangu Hosana, nitaingia mahali pazuri to the worship. Niko hapo leo, kuna amani, kuna furaha. Hapa ni kusifu, tutakaa na Mungu wetu. Nchi ya amani, Hosana dunia. Sema nitaingia lango lake. Nitaingia kwa shangwe kuu. Maana nitasema ni siku njema Bwana ameifanya. Nitafurahi. Inua sauti. Mimi nasema lazima nitaingia lango lake Baba. Nitaingia kwa shangwe kuu. Nitasema ni siku njema Bwana ameifanya. Nitafurahi kufika mbinguni. Nani anasema leo nitaingia lango lake kwa shangwe kuu. Nitasema ni siku njema Bwana ameifanya. Wangapi wanajua hii ni siku njema? Kufika mbinguni. Inua sauti, nitaingia lango lake na sifa moyoni. Nitaingia shangwe kuu. Nitasema yako. Usiite siku ya mikosi. Itabirie sema ni siku njema. Sema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Shetani ana siku yake, hana. Hii ni siku ya Bwana nitasema. Sema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Oh Baba, nitafurahi. Hata kusema sijui nilizaliwa kwa nini ni siku njema. Nitasema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Oh Baba, nitafurahi kufika mbinguni. Nitasema ni siku njema. Nitasema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Ameifanya. Nitafurahi. Nitafurahi. Wanapoenda frado. Nitasema ni siku njema. Nitasema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Nitafurahi kufika mbinguni. Nitaingia lango lake na sifa moyo. Nitaingia kwa shangwe. Nitasema mimi ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Oh hallelujah. Nitafurahi. Lift your voice again. Sitaogopa hii siku nitaingia lango lake na sifa moyo. Nitaingia kwa shangwe. Nitasema ni siku njema. Bwana ameipa. Oh Baba, nitafurahi. Everybody, anza kubariki siku yako. Pray, 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 pray. Prophesy about your day. Prophesy now. Prophesy now. Tabiri hiyo siku. Wachana na mabaya yaliyokukuta. Niambie wewe mbarikiwa. Wewe umeinuliwa. Hauko peke yako. The fourth man is there. You are not alone. The fourth man is there to fight for you, to cover you, to prosper you, to lift you beyond that temptation. The fourth man is there. The fourth man is there to shame the devil, to shame the enemy. The fourth man is there. Pray, 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 pray. Somebody pray. Somebody pray. Somebody pray. Somebody pray. Somebody pray. Pray. Don't be shut. Don't let the devil shut you up. Pray. After those words. After those words. After those words in praise. You are more than a conqueror. You are more than victorious. That is who you are. Pray. 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 Somebody declare. Somebody prophesy over your life, over your situation, over your circumstances, over your surrounding. Somebody prophesy. Una nguvu, una mamlaka, una uwezo. Prophesy. Enter with praise. 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 I can hear your voice. Enter with praise. Enter with praise. Upstairs. Enter with praise. Somebody open your voice, open your voice, open your voice. Lift your voice to the Lord. Ni nini hicho kimekushinda? Ni nini hicho kinakuleta chini? Kinene, kitabirie, kwa kusifu, kwa kuinua Yesu. Kiaibishe, usikubaliane nacho. Usikubaliane kuvunjika moyo. Inua Yesu. Olele mana. Shekayara rabo. Pray, lift your voice, everybody. Hana nguvu, hana mamlaka, hana uwezo. Anakuja kujaribu na wewe. Anataka mkuu in agreement. Don't accept that. Don't allow him. Don't sign that contract of the devil. When he tells you you are down, you agree with him. If you can't say no, start praising. Start praising. Start praising. Start praising. Start praising. Start praising the Lord. Start praising your God. Praise is a weapon. And you have it for free. When you're not kubali kushindwa. Praise is a weapon. Use it to destroy the works of the devil, the works of the enemy. Pray, 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 pray. Chochote kinakuinukia. Hey! Whatever is working against you, against your marriage, against your family, against your business, against your peace, against the love of God that you have, today, we shall defeat it by the power of the Holy Ghost, by the fire of the Holy Ghost, through praise, through praise, through praise, woo! Through praise. Somebody praise the Lord. Hiyo magonjwa imekuangalia na inakuambia we are not going anywhere. Defeated by the power of praise. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Rekete kayanama. Sheterebo. Remayate. Sheterebo. Rekayanda. 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 Rekanta. Remadekasha. Rezaboreka. Shekatanda. Rikaraboza. Shekeremaya. Shetereboza. Remaya. Praise. Praise with haraganya. Every plan of the devil. Whoa! Wacha iharagalie. Wacha iharagalie. Ilizoleta kwa nyumba yako. Ilizoleta kwa biashara zetu. Ilizoleta kwa hii ministry. Ilizoleta kwa ndoa zetu. Ilizoleta kwa watoto wetu. Inaharaganio. Na praise. Na praise. Na praise. Na praise. Na praise. Na praise. Kama ilikata. Ripoteka. Milango ya gereza. Sifa ya Paulo na Sila ikavunja makufuri, mabadilo, malafa za nguvu, machuma, maminyororo, ikavunja gereza, ikavunja gereza. Take your place to the higher level. Take your place to the higher level. And it's going to break every door of silver and gold, every door of bronze and whatever. It is breaking. It is breaking. It is breaking. It is breaking. Vitu zimekufunga. Uchawi, uganga, ushirikina, dhambi, maneno ya watu, zimekufunga leo kwa sababu ya praise, ziporomoke, ziporomoke, ziporomoke. Shekayara kwa sababu ya sifa. Inua sauti ya sifa. Uko na weapon zaidi ya AK-47. Hii si ya kumaliza mtu tu, ni ya kumaliza maroho, misingi yote, foundation zote, laana zote. Hii ni sifa, hii ni sifa, hii ni sifa, hii ni sifa, hii ni sifa. Sheka ya rabore mayandaba, shekere moza, shere mayandara moza. Somebody, puja na hiyo sifa. Sheka ya rabore, shere mayandara moza. Shere moza. Somebody pray. Si wakati wa kunyamaza. Kwenye sifa wacha zivunjike, kwenye sifa wacha ziporomoke, kwenye sifa wacha ziteketee. Reka yantarara boza, sherere boya man. Woo! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Sarabosa. Shererebosa. Macho yafunguliwe sasa. Macho yafunguliwe ili uweze kuona hicho kimekufunga miaka yote. Katika sifa kinafunguka. Ni katika sifa Paulo na Sila walipata uhuru wao. Pata uhuru wako leo. Tupate uhuru wetu leo. Sherere mayanta sherere mori mayanta shekayara sherere mori mayanta. Kwa saburi ukasikia kilio changu, nalikungoja Bwana kwa saburi ukasikia kilio changu. Shekayana nalikungoja Bwana kwa saburi ukasikia kilio changu. nalikungoja Bwana, ukasikia kilio changu, nalikungoja Bwana kwa saburi, ukasikia kilio changu. Oh! Nalikungoja Bwana wangu kwa saburi, ukasikia kilio changu. Nalikungoja Bwana kwa saburi, ukasikia kilio changu. Umetia wimbo mpya kinywani mwangu, umetia wimbo mpya, ndio sifa zangu. Umetia wimbo mpya kinywani mwangu, umetia wimbo mpya, ndio sifa zangu. Oh! Umetia wimbo mpya kinywani mwangu, umetia wimbo mpya, ndio sifa zangu. Woo! Umetia wimbo mpya kinywani mwangu, umetia wimbo mpya, ndio sifa zangu. Umetia wimbo mpya kinywani mwangu, ndio sifa zangu. Umeisimamisha miguu yangu, hatua zangu umeziimarisha. Woo! Miguu yangu kwambani, hatua zangu umeziimarisha. Nani amesimamishwa aseme? Woo! Miguu yangu, woo! Hatua zangu umeziimarisha. Mtu aseme umeisimamisha miguu yangu, umeisimamisha miguu yangu. Woo! Mwambani, hatua zangu umeziimarisha. Umetia So mwambie tena nalikungoja